Vulnerable. If something hits you, you're going to feel it, but most things aren't going to hit you, and that's because while you're rolling, projectiles and melee strikes will always miss. You'll have to roll out of the way of a slam that has AoE, but anyone swinging a sword or throwing a fireball is going to miss. Now, another important function of dodge roll is it lets you cancel out of any skill at any time.
Thank God. Thank God, bro. Getting animation locked.
This makes it so you don't feel like you're getting stuck during a long animation when something's about to hit you.
That's so good. It feels so much better.
It really changes how something with longer attack and cast times play.
I feel like a game like Dark Souls 1, that like where you have long animations and more methodical, like deliberate combat. Like I wouldn't want animation canceling in that game, for example, but like this just isn't that kind of a game.
and makes dodge roll a very reliable feeling way to avoid attacks. So, that's one way to get out of the way of damage, but the monk specializes in mobility, so it makes sense that it would have some more. Wave of Frost is one of our new attacks with a retreat built right in. Move backwards and throw out a cold attack with a significant freeze.
Let's
The
see
great
it.
thing about this is it puts you at a good distance to follow up with a Glacial Cascade and do a whole pile of damage.
Huh, that was interesting. Did you see this? He walked over the gem and he didn't even need to pick it up. You see that auto loot? That's actually, bro, that's fucking mad. What the fuck? Because I remember Chris Wilson, whenever he was on Allcraft, he actually talked about how, you know, they made, like, for example, they made Metamorph samples auto loot, but why they didn't, it's hidden. Oh, he didn't loot it. He pressed Z? Oh, okay, never mind. I see. I wish there was auto loot for the cheap stuff. I'm gonna be honest, I do. Auto loot for gold is good enough, though. Like, ever since they made it to where you can pick up scrolls and, like, town portal scrolls and stuff in stacks, I feel like that's improved the quality a lot. And it's made it, like, I don't complain about it, like, even 10% as much as I used to.
Another skill you can use to get some extra freeze is Shattering Palm. Shattering Palm is a palm strike that puts a small ice bomb on the target. Kill or deal enough damage to the target and the bomb will explode.
That's cool.
Doing some damage and a significant freeze. It's a great option against bosses where the wave of ice might not be enough to get that freeze off.
Yeah.
But you really want to get, but you still really want to use Glacial Cascade to get the damage bonus.
Yeah, it does look like the gold is auto loot because it disappeared from the ground.
The final skill we're going to show you today is Flicker Strike. It's a monk skill, another skill that consumes power charges. If you've played PoE 1 before, you know what to expect.
Yep. Yep. I remember Quinn played this build in one league, and I was so happy whenever he died because I would watch his stream every day, and it was giving me a headache because I didn't like watching Flicker Strike. So whenever he died, I was like, oh my god, I don't have to watch this shit anymore.
It's a great finisher for tough boss fights if you were able to get some power charges beforehand.
And also, like, did you guys notice this?
Okay.
So if you look right here, do you guys see what this is? Does anybody notice what this is? This is a debuff, right? And so the way that works is like, so whenever a hostile effect is applied to your character, there is a part of the screen that's allocated towards showing what those hostile effects are. So this is shock, 23% increased damage taken, and it will be active for 2 more seconds. That's pretty crazy.
Beforehand.
I hope that they allow you to have some degree of like a UI optimization. So like if you can move it, like I would want to move that to like here. Why? Because it's so I don't have to look around as much. So I can focus like right in the middle of the screen. The same reason why like power charges are displayed on the character and there's like a little health bar. Okay, here we go. This is the boss. All right.
Here we have Blackjaw.
And then so if you look here, this is another really crazy thing. So if you look at this right here, this is actually, so you can see the character is on fire, but you can also notice here again the debuff indicator. This is really crazy. Is that it's right here on the character, and it shows that you are on fire, and the duration of how long you're on fire, and also the fact that, of course, it is fire damage that is attacking you because you can see the debuff. Very cool innovation here that they added into PoE 2.
overseer of the Mechanarian.
Yeah.
When the Val fell, he was turned to stone and now guards the area.
This guy's got a lot of fucking health.
In order to take down this boss, we're going to need all the tools in the Monk's arsenal.
Yeah, he does a lot
especially
of
the combo
damage. What the
of
fuck?
Freeze and Glacial Cascade. Now, if you're a PoE 1 player, you might think you can't rely on Freeze because there's so many bosses that are immune to it.
Yeah.
But in PoE 2, that's changing significantly. In PoE 1, Freeze is a binary mechanic. An attack freezes the target, or it doesn't. What this basically means is that in PoE 1, we were forced to add freeze immunity to many bosses.
So what they said earlier is that inside of a dodge, you have iframes. Is that right? Because it said you evade melee attacks. That's actually badass.
Because freeze just
Only for
trivial.
projectiles? No, they said you avoid melee attacks, projectiles, but not AoE. That's what was said.
Because of that, freezing was something you could only really rely on while pack clearing, and not something you could use as a core part of your build for boss fighting.
No, not really.
In PoE 2 though, all crowd control mechanics now have internal meters that allow you to build up to a freeze or stun. Or
Yeah,
whatever
I
other-
think that's great. I mean, Diablo 4 did this with the stagger bar, and Lost Ark also did it with the stagger bar. And I think the stagger bar is also, it's the same thing as a roll. It's just a great innovation that makes boss fights have another degree of depth to them in ARPGs. I like it, it's good.
CC mechanic that you're using. It's a little bit like poise from games like Elden Ring, though
Yeah.
the meters tend to be a lot smaller than those games. When you freeze an enemy, it increases the amount of freeze you need to do to get another freeze, but the increased difficulty bleeds away slowly. More freeze will always let you freeze the boss more often, but this system means that you will not get out. It will not get out of control in party play or interact badly with other CC mechanics,
That makes
allowing us to let these kinds of mechanics actually work against all bosses.
Pushing him towards the Oh, so you can tell that he's stunned because there's a swirly boy over his head. Isn't that crazy? This is a pretty good boss. Like, whenever you think about the amount of mechanics this boss has, this is actually pretty good. There's the large swing, the fire breath, the fire circle, the slam, the triple slam. Like that thing. Wow, bro, in front of everybody. Oh, God.
Alright,
Oh,
let's
that was planned.
take two. Alright, so this might be a good time to mention that in PoE 2, if you die to the boss, you have to start again from the start. There's no boss cheesing. So hang on. Oh, there might be a. Are you okay?
No boss cheesing. That's probably a good idea. Realistically, like like, because there are shit bosses, but in a world where the bosses aren't shit, then there should be no reason to have to cheese them.
1 second. One technical issue. Just typing some cheats to. All right, we good?
He's opening up the pay-to-win store.
Back to the-
Guys,
back to the
don't
stream.
listen to them. Yeah, he just bought a
All right.
boost.
All right,
Round two.
let's go.
Do we ever balance that? Like, come on.
You know what's also kind of crazy about this is I bet this little fire indicator tells you that he does fire damage. Isn't that crazy? Or maybe he has fire resist. Oh, that could be it too. You're right. That's nuts. And so there are resists in this game. And so do the resists work though? Well, yeah, because like I mean, you know, it's one thing to just have resists in your game, and it's another thing for the resist to actually work. I mean, you know, I don't know. That's a lot. He's joking. He increases damage, or increases level or something. He's not gonna die again. I kind of want to see him get killed again. I think he'll probably kill it this time, but like, still would be really cool.
Come on, get the freeze.
I love how everybody's just watching.
Oh.
It's like, everybody probably feels bad for him because he's like fucking it up, but it's still really funny. Oh! Holy.
Okay, do the. Yep, nice.
Bro, he's backseating him?
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Do the thing, do the stun! Okay. Unless he has like a 20% enrage, I feel like he's got it, you know? He's only used one potion.
Give me a freeze. Come on.
And also, like, if you notice, this is like another really cool thing that's like a new, like, feature that like a lot of games don't have, is that there's like a sound indicator whenever the boss is going to do a large attack that is dangerous. So like, for example, like he says Case Flame, and then he does like the big, like, fire attack. Have you noticed that? That's crazy, right? Wow.
Oh, hey.
Go.
It's crazy how, you know, there's like so many new things in this game. He said did only practice run and then he died on the real one. Yeah, of course. Like, no, I would have done the same thing.
Freeze.
Whoa.
Oh shit! Whoa, whoa. Oh. Come on.
Oh.
Holy.
Okay, do the. Yep, nice.
Bro, he's backseating him?
Whoa.
Do the thing, do the stun. Okay. Unless he has like a 20% enrage, I feel like he's got it, you know? He's only used one potion.
Give me a freeze. Come on.
And also, like, if you notice, this is like another really cool thing that's like a new... Okay. Like, no, I would have done the same thing.
Freeze.
Whoa.
Oh shit! Whoa. Oh. Come on. No. Get it. They're so good. There you go.
After this.
No.
Bro, they're telling him what to do.
Okay. All right. Okay,
God.
there we go.
Wait, oh, did he execute him there?
No.
Oh, he did, because you can see the blue thing even works on bosses.
Get him. Okay. All right. Okay,
Dude,
there
that's
we go.
badass.
All right.
Easy call. That was really
All right.
cool.
Second time's the charm. So, Blackjaw has dropped a consumable quest item here called the Flame Core. It's a permanent +10 to Spirit. In PoE 2, we really want to make sure that you'll
Out of
feel
combat
rewarded for
damage,
exploration. It wouldn't be much good if we made all these awesome optional bosses if we didn't have something great to find for killing them. One of the things you might find for killing a boss is permanent stat bonuses for your character.
Cool.
Wonder what spirit is.
All right, now because this random area is different, Mark will have to find his way to the exit the hard way.
This is, because I died, this is
Yep.
no longer rehearsed at all.
All right.
Okay. Yeah, I like the shatter. The shatter looks cool. What does it sound like shattering 50 mobs at a time? That's what matters. Yeah. I would say the graphics for this, like, these are pretty much Diablo 4 level graphics. Because I know that a lot of people are so full of theories that the graphics of the game were not as good as Diablo 4. And, like, I think that it's definitely true. Diablo 4 massively clears PoE 1. But, like, this is equivalent to PoE. Sorry, equivalent to Diablo 4. This game's, like, probably is going to be more, but it's, like, not later on, until, like, later on in the game. I don't know, though. Oh, and so this is another thing. This guy has like a hex font or whatever it is. So like if you notice this is another crazy thing. Is so, as you can see here, he has elemental weakness, vulnerability, and weaken on him, while also having another debuff. So if you look at here, I want to draw your attention over to you know, the top right-hand, left-hand part of the screen. That there is an indicator for the different effects that are affecting his character. And this is useful for a player because it helps them get an idea of, you know, like what's happening. Should I go into attack? Like what's happening to me at all? And like they also show on the top of the character, right? And so there's two different ways that you can know that. It's just, it's crazy how... What?
Oh, no. Just gonna go around this way.
I need to use those killing sound cards.
Getting back to Marauder or Necromancer, bro, he'd be done with, he'd be probably in the end game now, he'd be being mad.
Lightning strike. I think you got completely lost there.
I have no idea.
Alright. There we go. Alright, here we are. Here's the exit.
Okay. Keep watching? Oh, I am. Those are, yeah, the trailers are usually very slow.
Alright.
And then
through.
the end game is going to be a lot faster. That's kind of what I expect. name is Octavian. I was actually, I thought they were gonna bring Cliff on stage. I was like, wait, what the fuck?
Here we go. Alright. The Sorceress is the new intelligence-focused character in PoE 2. While the Witch focuses more on occult magic and summoning, the Sorceress is themed around pure elemental destruction. Let's have a look at that.
This is the largest soul core I've ever seen. It's triggered power within our systems, but it isn't charged.
It's locked in.
There is still latent energy. These lines in the stonework sure do to generators. You might need to find some more soul cores to spin them up, but everything looks to be in surprisingly
Live,
decent.
yeah.
Maybe
No
the
pressure,
Germans
you
have
know?
been maintaining it. In any case, it should still function. We'll have to remove that large core from the wall, of course, but that shouldn't be a problem.
We have some skills here you're probably going to recognize if you've played PoE 1 before, but they feel a bit different now.
Okay.
Spark is great in these tight passages since it bounces around. We've added a Pierce support gem to really allow it to hit an entire room full of targets. For a more single target focused skill,
played this.
Arc is a great choice. It does much more damage than the first target that you hit.
I feel like, yeah, as far as that's good.
Now, if you find yourself surrounded, it might be a good idea to use Ice However. It hits all enemies around you and slows them down with a chill. Just be careful. Getting up close and personal isn't the ideal place for a sorceress to be. She doesn't have the defenses of a more melee-oriented character. In order to help with that, though, you could use Arctic Armor. In PoE 2, Arctic Armor is a buff that builds up as you stand still. You can see the ice crystals forming around the character. They drop off if you walk.
Okay.
When monsters hit you, they take cold damage and build up to a freeze. So it's a great defense. Just be careful. You have to be standing still for a little while to get the full effect, so trying to stutter step using it isn't the best strategy.
That was fucking
Now,
badass.
Arctic Armor is
Look at
trying to stutter step using it isn't the best. Just be careful. You have to be standing still for a little while to get the full effect, so trying to stutter step using it isn't the best strategy.
Oh, it's so good.
Now, Arctic Armor is an ongoing buff. Have you noticed that this reserve armor? How does that work? Well, we were pretty sick of the fact that in PoE 1, basically every character was playing with no mana pool, so we decided to change the way that reservation works. In PoE 2, there's a new resource called Spirit. Spirit is a dedicated resource that you can use for ongoing effects like Arctic Armor, Heralds, Auras, and Minions.
Wow. That's actually probably a smart idea. Because yeah, if you're watching, like, unless it's an Archmage build or something like that, this blue bar is gray. And half of this bar is sometimes gray too.
Everyone starts with 100 Spirit, which is enough for most ongoing effects. But if you want more, you're going to need to get some more Spirit, which is available on mods from items and on the passage tree. But if you're willing to go up your offhand slot, the easiest way to get it is by holding a Scepter. Find out more about that in the items talk later on.
Okay.
Now, if you want to increase the cold damage that you're dealing, you can always use Frost Bomb. It places a bomb on the ground that reduces enemies' cold resistance while it's ticking down.
I probably should have used that with my Warrior.
It's a great
build.
opportunity to use some cold
Frost
skills
Bomb.
before it explodes.
For Eye of Winter.
And speaking of cold skills, a great skill to use on monsters with lower cold resistance is Comet. This is a new skill in PoE 2 and it's pretty damn hard. It costs a lot of mana and has a really long cast time, but it's worth the wait. It does a devastating amount of damage. To help you out of danger, your character moves back slightly as it casts.
Oh, that's
It's
cool.
pretty hard to hit fast-moving opponents, but it's great on tougher enemies that stand still.
I kind of like that. I feel like PoE, like, besides Divine Ire, do we really have any abilities that you have to sit and cast? Not a whole lot.
Or even a larger pack if you're further away and can predict where they're going to move.
Yeah, channeling skills. Yeah, I guess some channeling.
Now, if you don't mind casting too many of those, I guess in an emergency you can use your Fireball. So where did that come from, you ask? Well, this is a great opportunity to explain the way that we've changed caster weapons in PoE 2.
Okay.
Now in PoE 1, caster weapons had a default melee attack that nobody used. And because they had that,
Did they? I didn't know that. I guess that proves it.
they also had a bunch of attack. PoE 2, we wanted to clean that up. So each staff now comes
Grand's. Oh wow. Oh shit.
with a built-in free-to-cast spell.
Bro, can you imagine like some fucking OP staff with like some amazing like level 30 fucking Meteor Storm or like level 30 Storm brand, Armageddon brand? Oh fuck.
Just put it on and spam away to your heart's content. Now this particular staff is the base type that you'll get right on the starting beach, so it's quite likely that you'll have outgrown it by now. So that's why we've also made a lot of staves for utility version powers for casters. Here we have a crystal staff, and it's a pretty cool built-in spell called Unleash. Using it slams your staff on the ground and will allow you to triple cast whatever you cast with your next spell. Now of course, what you're probably going to want to use for that is Comet is a great option.
Damn.
You'll notice that Unleash is one of the few skills in PoE 2 with a cooldown. In general, we really try to avoid using cooldowns because we really hate the feeling that combat is just waiting to cast your next spell. But it does make sense for Unleash since it's free to
I feel like they did.
cast, and it's something we want you to use situationally anyway.
Yeah.
Now, if you're facing something tough, you might need to try out Mana Tempest. Mana Tempest creates a circle of power when your character literally hovers over the ground. While in the circle, your mana drains, but it powers up all your spells. Lightning projectiles will fork, beams will chain further, and you also do a lot more damage.
This actually looks fun to play. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, that looks fun to play. What the fuck? Wow. That's crazy. That's weird, man. So, huh? Wow. By the way, everybody's spamming about how Diablo 4 is bad. Dude, you should have seen the first time that PoE came out publicly. Everybody in the general chat was spamming how Diablo 3 was bad. Like, the entire general chat, everybody was talking about, bro, like, I'm so fucking tired of the shit game. It was the exact same thing. If anybody played the closed beta, you remember that. I wonder why. It was funny, like, everybody's talking about Diablo 3.
So, with all of these skills, here's a great combo to try. First, cast Frost Bomb to reduce the target's cold resistance. Then use Mana Tempest to increase your damage. Follow up with Unleash, and then triple cast Comet to do a truly insane amount of damage.
Okay, let's see it. Jesus.
Where does ghosts come from?
These ghosts.
Yeah.
Oh,
This rare
fault is that?
This rare monster has dropped an uncut gem, and there's a great opportunity to talk about how skill gems drop
Oh,
in
the
PoE 2.
movie.
Instead of dropping specific gems, you can find uncut gems. Just right-click on them and pick whatever skill you want. Ignore the, whoops. So, yeah.
So, oh, we have Arc. Oh, bro, I used to dude, Arc is like, in my opinion, like, Arc is such a good quality of life spell. I've leveled with Arc before, like, probably 3 or 4 times, and it's just insanely fucking good. Cast on Shock.
The gem will come pre-leveled to the level of the area that dropped it. So it's a lot easier to change between skills in PoE 2.
That's cool.
This time, I think it might be cool to grab one of our meta gems. Meta gems are skills that can have other skills socketed into them, changing how they work. In this case, we're going to select Cast on Shock.
Okay.
Now, let's equip this thing in the skill screen and choose which spell to trigger with it. I
What
think
the fuck? Okay, so then there it is. And then you equip it, and then these different things.
Comet might be fun.
Okay.
Now, because Cast on Shock reserves Spirit, we'll need to first disable our Arctic Armor. We have to decide if we'd rather have the extra defense or the extra offense of the Cast on Shock using our Spark.
Offense, go offense.
In PoE 2, trigger gems use a system of filling up cast time on each trigger. Basically, if a skill has a short cast time, it will trigger really often. And if it has a long cast time, like this Comet here, it will take a lot longer to trigger. You can see on the top left corner that there's a counter that shows you how long until the next trigger.
I see. It's a debuff. It's a buff, I mean, yeah. So you have to shock, it looks like 10 times?
Hopefully you shock some monsters. There we go. And there you have
Okay.
it. That's using Cast on Shock. We've automatically cast Comet whenever we're using our lightning skills.
It's crazy to see how, like, the combat, like, even inside of this gameplay demo, a 30-minute gameplay demo, the combat has already seemed to be multi-layered, where you have, like, multiple things where you can, like, unleash, you have, like, damage pools that you can stand into. Like, this is incredible. Wow.
So, we found the generator. Time to power it up.
That's cool.
As power is restored to the Mechanarium, all the constructs are coming back to life. We'll need to fight them on the way back to the charged Soul Core. So, one thing that PoE 1 players might have noticed is this character has both lightning spells and cold spells. That's pretty inefficient, right?
Yes, yeah.
A big no-no for most builds because any specialization into cold or lightning isn't going to affect the other element.
Right.
And generic elemental damage increases are not going to be as powerful as focusing on a single element. Well, in PoE 2 we have another major new system to introduce to solve these kinds of problems. And it starts, oddly enough, with weapon swap. Now, in PoE 1, weapon swap isn't really used much for its originally intended purpose.
No, it's not.
We imagine that people are going to be swapping in and out between different weapons to deal with whatever situation they were in. People just don't do that at all. And a large reason for that is because it's really, really awkward.
It is.
In PoE 2, we wanted to solve all of that. The staff Octavian is using here has an ice mod on it that makes it great for when he's using his ice spells. We would also like to be able to make sure that this build works just as well for his lightning spells. If Octavian equips his previous staff in his second weapon set, you can see that it appears on the character's back. Now, we're going to open up the skill screen.
Okay, cool.
If Octavian opens the skill options for his lightning skills, you can see here that you can choose which weapon sets are usable
All right.
with each skill.
Great.
First, we uncheck set 1 from being used by his lightning skills. Then we
Oh shit! So they're doing. Are they doing it the exact same way that they did that barbarians work in Diablo 4?
go through the cold skills and turn those off with his lightning weapon.
Because like Barb in Diablo 4 is perfect. Oh, this is
Take a second.
badass.
If I can remember where they all are.
Yeah. Now, when we use Spark, the character will automatically switch to the lightning staff on his back and then use the skill. And when Octavian uses his Ice Nova, his character automatically switches to his Ice Staff before using it.
Wow. I have to say though, I don't really think that solves the problem, because people are still going to want to get like a lot of like cold damage modifiers or something like that out of their passive tree or their gear. So I don't really know if that's going to solve it, but we let it. Ooh, all right, wait for it. Okay. All right.
You can configure each skill for which set to use, or both if you don't mind which. There's a very short time penalty to switching, so it can be good to leave some skills on both sets if it doesn't matter which weapon set you're using. But we still have a problem. Passives. Wouldn't it be nice if
That's so true. Great point.
we could specialize in both cold and lightning passives
Yeah.
on the character? Well,
Yeah.
in PoE 2 you can.
How?
Hopefully Mark can deal with those monsters while we do this demo. So, we're on the passive skill screen here, and you can see that we are close to both a cold and a lightning cluster. At the top right of the screen, you can see that we have some weapon set specific points to allocate. If Octavian holds shift, he can allocate set 1 to the cold passives, and then allocate set 2 to the lightning passives.
Oh my god. Holy shit. 2 trees?
Now,
What about gear? Yeah.
check it out. As we use our weapon swap, the skills allocate changes from one build to the other automatically.
Okay.
So whenever we cast the appropriate spell, the character's passives reconfigure on the fly to the correct build for that spell.
That's badass.
Now, you can't do this with every single passive on your tree. Only points granted from skill books will allow this kind of dual specialization. So you're not going to be changing from a mace slamming warrior into a fire elementalist with the press of a button. But it certainly increases the number of options you have for builds. There's a huge number of places where the system can shine. You can
I do worry that, like, usually, like in PoE 1, the meta is usually hyper-focusing into one ability and then building everything into making that one ability as good as possible and using that for everything. So, I'll be curious to see if they're able to counteract that.
augment your dagger shadow build with traps, or have a great curse set up on your witch with one spec and then move to your chaos debuff spells with the other, for example. It really opens up your options. Now, another fun meta gem to try out is called Barrier Invocation. This works a little bit like the trigger gems I talked about before, but this one charges up as your energy shield is hit by monsters.
Okay.
We're going to put an Ice Nova in this one. The more energy shield you lose, the more charge builds up. Let's get that one equipped there, yep. So yeah, the more energy shield you lose, the more charge will build up until the point you're able to cast the socketed skill instantly. There we go. So you lose some, so you lose some energy shield, and at just the right time, invoke Ice Nova to cast all the stacked up copies in one instant cast.
Oh, I bet, is that the 7% right there? Let me see it. Yeah, it was. It's a 7% right
go.
here.
So you lose some, so you lose some energy shield, and at just
Basically
the right
cast
time,
when damage
invoke
taken,
Ice
yeah.
Nova to cast all the stacked up copies in one instant cast. If you keep losing shield, you'll build up even more charge for even more casts. So it's a great defensive option in an emergency.
If you look again, another kind of interesting thing is this is a debuff that was applied, bleeding, I believe, is applied to the player, and the player is aware of the fact that they have this debuff on them because there's an indicator on the screen that tells them what the debuff is and also how long it will be applied to the player. That's crazy. Wow. It's crazy what like technology can do nowadays.
Overkill.
And here we are back at the charged soul core. All we have to do now is take it.
Okay, is this the boss? This has got to be a boss room, right? It's 100% a boss room.
Just
Showing you
take it.
functions like spell street, they're going nuts. Yeah, exactly, of course. Yeah, it looks great.
Alva, what the? Don't die this time, guys.
Frozen?
Nice.
Oh wow, so it's kind of like the Maven attack. This is badass.
Get away from the wall.
Oh god.
Frozen boss,
Frozen
yeah,
boss.
you can freeze the boss.
Frozen, nice.
Helps that we're both doing ice damage. Cold.
Okay, so there's like different combos he can do. Oh wow.
Heavy stuff.
I wish they would add a stagger bar for stunts. It'd be nice to know like how close you are. Okay, that's cool.
Frozen?
Look at how many abilities they do. The percentage? No, that's something different. Like, I feel like it's been like 8 different abilities.
Getting real lucky with those freeze procs this time.
All skill.
Well, telegraphed attacks? No way. Yeah, I know. Look at it.
Frozen. Get away.
Look at that. See, the lightning does different things. That's crazy. That's like the Arcali. Is that his name? Boss in Act like
okay,
fucking 7.
Triangle.
Looks awesome. Yeah.
Oh.
That's the explosion. OP hitboxes. Yeah.
Cowling.
Nice.
What does it look like in the dark? Just lays down.
So that's Path of Exile 2. These areas, as well as around half of each of the first
like,
4
oh.
acts, are available to play at 3 demo zones around ExileCon. Now, if you're physically here at this event and you get to play the demo, just remember, it's a different game than before. It's a lot harder. You're probably going to run the first pack of monsters and just die. I really recommend you read the signs. They have good advice on how to combine your skills effectively, and remember, dodge rolls on spacebar. Use it. You're just going to die otherwise.
Okay, good.
So your next question is likely to be, when is the beta? Well, we're in our last year of development, but we're still finishing acts, adding skills, and balancing everything. The closed beta is going to start on June 7th.
Oh, fuck.
2024. Path of Exile 2 has been a long time coming, and we're incredibly excited to be near the finish line, but we're just not quite there yet. We're determined not to rush this and make sure we get everything right.
Okay.
In the meantime, there's a lot in store for PoE1. I'll hand back over to Chris, and he's going
That's fine.
to talk about what's
that's
coming
fine.
up. Thank you very much.
All right. Yep. Whenever it's ready, it's ready. If it's ready in a year, good. Elden Ring. Remember the Elden Ring took a long time, didn't it?
So that demo is very hard for them to do in person. Like, I am very impressed it went that well.
Immediately comes
So
to
as
talking
Jonathan
shit.
explained, Path of Exile 1 will continue to be its own unique game once Path of Exile 2 comes out. We will continue to update it with expansions and leagues going forward. And because accounts and microtransactions are shared between the two games, and their expansion releases are offset from each other, it's super easy to jump between them. And if
That's actually really good that he mentioned that. That like, so you're not going to have to pick whenever a new one comes out. It's kind of like how like retail WoW and classic WoW, where it's like, you know, one has a peak, then the other one does, and the other one does. You know, it's like fucking, you know, that's perfect.
effectively play both if you want. So I'm going off script for a second here and just going to explain this a bit better. Imagine we release a Path of Exile 2 expansion, right?
Okay.
So everyone dives in and plays it. You give it, say, out of a 13-week cycle, you're going to play for, you know, some hardcore players play for the first few weeks, some people play for most of the time. We're going to aim a Path of Exile 1 expansion to come out towards the end of that cycle, say 4 or 5 weeks from the end, which also lasts for 3 months.
Yeah.
So because Path of Exile 2 has more content and is a significantly larger game, it will mean that you can play Path of Exile 2 for the majority of the cycle, and then either keep playing if you want to keep playing Path of Exile 2, or jump into Path of Exile 1 when its league launches and enjoy that, either for the entire period or until the next Path of Exile 2 one comes out.
Great.
And of course, because your purchases are shared, if you were to buy supporter packs or microtransactions in either, they're just available on your characters in the other. Speaking of Path of Exile 1 expansions, we've got one coming out in just 3 weeks, on August 18th. Let's watch the trailer for Path of Exile, Trial of the Ancestors.
All right, let's see it. Let's see it.
Souls such as yours do not go quietly into the night.
Oh, not her.
They thirst for battle. They yearn to
Raleigh,
prove
yeah.
themselves. Welcome to the halls of the dead. Earn your place among us. Under Hinikora's watchful eye, test your mettle against the greatest warriors who ever lived.
Is this a new Hall of the Grandmaster? It's not, right?
Prove yourself in the trial of the ancestor.
There's a turtle? Oh, what the fuck? Wait, is it an auto battler? 14 new support gems? What the fuck? Holy shit! Sanctum's back? I didn't play Sanctum. All new chieftain.
In the end,
Oh shit.
only one can become champion.
I
Will
played
it
chieftain
be
twice.
you?
That's bad, huh? 14 new gems.
In the Kurui Afterlife, the fallen chieftains of each tribe participate in a tournament called the Trial of the Ancestors. You will journey to the afterlife, assemble your own team, and enter the tournament to battle those chieftains and earn valuable rewards.
Your girl cock is
As you
raring
play
to
through
go
areas in
again.
the
How
Ancestor Challenge League,
cute.
you'll find tradable silver coins. Using them will take you to the Kurui Afterlife,
Hey,
where you will
Castry.
encounter Navali, who you may remember from the Prophecy League. Each coin allows you to play a match of the tournament. You start the tournament with a basic team consisting of 3 warriors. The tournament is double elimination, meaning you're allowed to have 1 loss without consequence. A second loss eliminates you from the tournament. Your team will compete against 10 other tribes, and you choose who you're going to challenge next out of the teams left in the tournament. When you start a match, you see the configuration of the enemy team and get to place your team of warriors on the battlefield to challenge theirs. You and your party of exiles will play alongside your warriors. So while this league does have many elements of an auto-battler, you're right there fighting alongside them.
Okay.
During a match, when a warrior dies, they respawn at their totem after a short time. If their totem is destroyed, then they are instantly killed and can't respawn. The team that destroys all of the opposing totems wins. If you're playing a hardcore character though, don't worry. Hinokora, the goddess of death, is watching over you and will restore your soul to your body, so you can't permanently die in the afterlife. Like that. In the Trial of the Ancestors, strategy and tactics are key. Every unit has its own strengths and weaknesses that must be utilized to win matches. The turtle is really slow and really tanky.
Yeah.
It's perfect for either defensive positioning
makes
to stop
sense.
flankers or offensive positioning to tank hits for you if you're pushing through the middle. It's not great in the center or flank positions due to its slow movement.
I just want to get really good gear and just fucking click a bunch of shit, then just go in solo and kill everybody.
Speed. The Tuatara is a quick and deceptive unit, which is relatively well balanced for all positions. This version of the Tuatara has a stealth ability, which makes it perfect for the flanking position to sneak through enemy defenses and take out unprotected totems from the side. The Goliath of Night is a disruptor unit, and it's ideally placed in a center position to intercept enemies that are chasing you. You can also allocate it to defenses so that it disrupts enemies that are trying to kill your totems by stunning them. So in this match here, we've set up a Tuatara in a flanking position, a turtle on defense to guard our totems, and a Goliath to follow us as we attack up the middle. Our plan is to work with the Goliath to distract the enemy front line so the flanking Tuatara can get through and destroy some of their totems.
I really like the outfit that this guy has. Like, if this is gonna, I might buy this one. That's cool. It's a cool sword, yeah.
Teamwork. Upon winning a match, you earn favor and other rewards. I'll talk about the other rewards shortly. There are a lot. You have a separate amount of favor with each tribe, and you can spend it by talking to their chieftain to recruit warriors and purchase field items and...
Remember what we were talking about yesterday about like omnivore content? Like we were watching that video about having games within games to keep people engaged with a base game, even whenever they're tired of the core gameplay loop. I think this is a great example of that.
Equipment that your team can use. Each tribe has specific specialities. For example, Hinokora's tribe manipulates life and death. Rongo Kurai's tribe is slow and tanky, with an emphasis on stuns and knockbacks. You can recruit warriors from many different tribes and mix and match them together into your team based on what you need. Field items are items that are placed on the battlefield and can be activated during the match to, for example, revive a warrior or heal your entire team.
Okay.
If a field item isn't consumed within a match, it persists on to the next match. But your warriors, their equipment, and your field items are all wiped between tournaments. You enter each tournament fresh.
Okay.
Your success in a tournament updates your overall ranking, which helps you earn better rewards in subsequent ones. Speaking of rewards, let's discuss the good part. What you can earn for succeeding at the Trial of
Can
the
you
Ancestors.
get a
You can
mage
tell this gets
blood?
me excited. Okay. You get a reward as you win each round of the tournament, and these rewards are visible when you're selecting.
Small. Dexterity, passive skill, 2%.
Which tribe you want to play against. They'll help inform your decision, as some of them are regular rewards and some of them are exclusive new rewards you can only get from the Trial of the Ancestors. I'm literally tripping over my words to get to the part where I can explain tattoos. Okay. The Ancestors reward you with special tattoos that are not applied to your skin, but they're engraved on your soul. This process can transform what your attribute skills on the passive tree do, basically the attribute highway nodes generally. The regular ones can only be applied to basic attribute skills and allow you to convert your tree's attribute highways into something more useful for you.
Is this like a more deterministic way? Like, I'm like, maybe I should probably let it talk, but like, this is reminding me a lot of the Timeless Tools.
For example, this one converts a small dexterity skill into movement speed. Each tribe has its own exclusive passive tattoos. This tattoo converts a small strength skill into additional fire resistance. This one converts a small intelligence skill into additional lightning damage. And this one converts a small strength skill into one that summons a minion when you take a savage hit from a unique enemy. But don't go overboard on the number of skills you convert with tattoos, as you'll probably need at least some of your attributes left to equip items.
Yeah.
Each of the 10 tribes has an exclusive unique
88% increased armor, 2% life on kill, 900 to maximum life if there are no life modifiers on other equipped items. Holy shit.
item that you can earn. These rarely show up as rewards for defeating that tribe in a match. Katava's Hunger is a...
Yeah, I think this is also a 1C item. Like, that's a lot, but... I don't know. I mean, I think that, like...
unique majestic plates that you can earn by defeating the Katava tribe. As you can see, it grants an immense amount of life for a single item, providing you don't have any life on any other pieces of your equipment. While this is tricky to accomplish, it also frees up all those other potential life slots to be something else that benefits your build, making it pure upside. This amulet is a unique item you can earn by defeating the...
This sucks.
the Arohongui tribe. It has the powerful effect of causing your flasks to instantly recover life and mana whenever you're low. This could potentially be a powerful panic button, or maybe you want to build it permanently being on low life or mana, so all of your flask usage is instant.
That's true. I could see maybe there could be a good interaction with this and, oh, what's the thing that you can't regenerate above low life? Petrified blood. We'll see.
If you manage to win the entire tournament, you'll not only receive the reward for the final match, but Hinokora will also give you a choice of 3 additional... Sorry, button didn't...
I don't know. I don't think this one would be very good. Because, like, so you could use, you could use, like, Brass Dome, right, to, like, negate critical strikes. But I don't,
Of 3 additional exclusive items, let's have a look at some of the things you may be offered.
Okay.
First up, there are 4 unique items that exclusively come from Hinokora for completing the tournament. This belt, for example, lists a plethora of really powerful properties, both beneficial and detrimental. While you're wearing the belt, the property shifts around every 5 seconds. You never know what's going to happen next. Will you always crit, always evade, never evade? Maybe you're able to find some ways to build around the detrimental effects to create as much upside as possible.
30 intelligence. Oh, fuck. That's a big boy. Especially because, you know, like a lot of them, it's got a blue one and a red one, or a blue one and a green one right next to each other. Dude, that is insane.
Cora also has a selection
Holy
of special, more
fuck.
advanced passive tree tattoos that you can only receive from her. This one transforms a 30 intelligence notable attribute skill into one that increases the level of all of your intelligence gems.
That's nuts.
You're only allowed one copy of the specific attribute combination tattoo on a tree. Hinekora can also award you with a new type of item called an Omen. These are small items that sit in your inventory until a condition is met, at which point they are consumed and something happens. In this case, when you reach 25% life, your flasks are all replenished. Now don't worry, each player can only consume one Omen per combat area, so you don't have any reason to fill your entire inventory with them. This one creates a portal on death.
I'll be using these.
We made it for me.
Yeah, for sure.
It won't try to save your life, but it will save you some time. This one grants you Soul Eater when you level up. It's definitely worth carrying around for that occasional massive power boost.
That's cool.
Omens are tradable but hard to get, so use them carefully. I shudder to think about how much this one is going to be worth in the presence of those incredibly rare unique weapons from 320. Now note, going off script again here, back in the day, when we had stuff like the Prophecy and so on that let you upgrade to rare forcibly on a specific base type, we had to block the good items by putting crap uniques on the, sorry, I meant upgrade to unique. We put crap uniques on that base type so that you couldn't...
Yeah, you did do that, huh? Thank you. Yeah, I thought that's why. Yeah, nobody gives a fuck about Worm's Molt, do they? Yeah. Uh-huh.
Get it every time. Well, we stopped doing that, so a lot of the uniques that were upgraded in 320 are just the only thing on the base type. So items like this let you deterministically get something quite valuable, hence they are quite rare. The most exciting one, though. Finally, Hinekora can offer you a lock of her hair. This is a very special currency item that lets you foresee the result of using another currency item to craft something. This
Wow. Holy shit. Can you explain it? So, like, imagine you do a roll, like, you know, in I don't know, maybe you don't play Diablo 4 either. But, like, so you're applying a buff to an item. Modifying the item in any way removes the ability to foresee. So you can only do this once, right? Per item? See, that's what makes it so crazy, because, like, this is obviously probably going to be, like, I would say probably, like, the one divine item, you know, something like that. At least for this league, depending on if they remove it afterwards, it'll probably go up. It'll probably be, like, one divine. I don't think it's going to be more, but try 50? Ooh, I don't think so. I don't think so, but it depends on how rare it is. If it's as rare as I think it will be, based off of it being a current level league mechanic, I don't see it being more than 5 divines. Yeah, and so basically, every single time that you apply a buff, right, to something, that, like, yeah, when somebody said double corrupt isn't actually a currency. Double corrupt is applied to the altar. So I don't think double corrupt works with this, but a regular Vol Orb would. So, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, so imagine it just basically tells you what you're going to roll before you roll it. And like, so also rolling these things can, like, you can do a roll of the dice that will make you the equivalent of, like, I don't know, 1,000,000 gold, or lose you everything immediately.
means, for example, you can know whether it's worth exalting your item, because you'll know exactly what the outcome is.
Yeah.
Hinekora's lock will slot into your crafting pipeline with powerful consequences. The Trial of the Ancestors offers a wide selection of valuable new rewards as you complete
Finishing
matches and
high gear
tournaments.
yeah.
We really look forward to seeing what strategies you develop for building, equipping, carefully placing, and playing alongside your tribe. So that's the new Challenge League,
That's
but Path
really
of
cool.
Exile expansions contain more than just a new league every 3 months. In each update, we also augment Path of Exile's endgame and shift the metagame with new gems and balance changes. This expansion is no exception. I'm going to explain the other changes in a medium amount of detail. I'm conscious that we have both new and existing players. For new
Yeah,
players,
if you
I'm going to
wanna
try to include some extra
understand-
content to help make the
If
change.
you want to understand Path of Exile's crafting system, you have to understand that the depth of Path of Exile's crafting system is deeper than Diablo 3 and Diablo 4 put together, the entirety of both games. If you ask somebody who plays Path of Exile and who has played Path of Exile for the last 10 years, how well they understand the crafting system, most of them will say, a little bit.
Just more understandable. You can find out all the detail in the patch notes and other information we'll be posting in the few weeks before release. Let's start with how the Trial of the Ancestors expansion expands Path of Exile's endgame. In December last year, we released an
1%?
expansion
I'm
called
about
the
10.
Forbidden Sanctum, which introduced the Sanctum Challenge League. This league was a roguelike game set within Path of Exile where you would randomly explore a randomly generated sanctum one room at a time, alongside
Yeah.
your regular play. You'd pick
I
which
never
rooms
got a chance to play this league, so if they're adding this back, I'll be curious to try it out.
you wanted to explore out of several options and accumulate beneficial boons and detrimental afflictions that made your run easier and harder, respectively. Not only did Sanctum work really well as a league, but it also had the potential to be added to Path of Exile as part of its core endgame content, alongside systems like mapping, delve, and heist. Well, in this expansion, the Forbidden Sanctum is back.
All right. All right.
I've really been looking forward to this one. We're reintroducing the Sanctum as core content in Path of Exile's endgame. You'll initially meet Divinia, the Sanctum NPC, in Act 10. Sanctums are now tradable items that you can find while playing maps in the endgame. A forbidden tome represents a whole floor of the Sanctum, and its rooms can be played back to back, or you can take breaks between them and do something else if you choose. Upon successfully completing that Sanctum floor, the next floor is generated as a tradable item, with all of the state of your Sanctum run built in. This
I love how they learned this from Expedition, or no, Incursion, and they've just kind of applied this to everything going forward. I'm so glad.
means that the item stores what boons and afflictions you had, what rewards you've locked in, and how much resolve you have left. You can then either play this floor or trade it to someone else if it feels more beneficial.
Yeah, sure.
For example, let's say you manage to lock in
Oh, that's a good one. Look at that. Receive 1x Mirror of Kalandra. That's... Yeah, that one, yeah, that'd be good.
a really valuable reward.
Yeah.
The example here is a Mirror of Kalandra, but you'll also notice that... Do I have a laser pointer? It doesn't work on the board. Okay, one resolve. This is an example here where the player has a very good reward locked in, but
Yeah.
a massive pile of dangerous afflictions and only one resolve on them. If you don't feel capable of completing the rest of the Sanctum from this point, then it would normally be a write-off, right? If you gave this to me, no way am I getting that mirror. But you can now trade the Sanctum state to someone else who is willing to pay for the chance to earn the mirror.
So, you know what this creates, right? It's a 1 resolve equals 1 HP. Oh, wow. Not only does it create an economy around it, but it also allows you to build a character to play hard maps like this.
Or lose it. And you can look at expected value in economics, right? It's worth some percentage of that mirror. So you trade it for like 5 chaos to someone, they run it and lose their chaos. Your relics, which act as passive bonuses within the Sanctum, are locked in for the run when you...
This is what they did with Lost Epoch, right? Or Last Epoch? They had some sort of system that was similar to this. Because whenever I looked at their system, I thought that was genius. Like, if this works the way I think it works, this is such an awesome idea.
You start the first floor and can't be changed for the rest of the run. Speaking of relics, they're now tradable and have been rebalanced around this. To those of you wondering, we have decided against bringing back Sanctified Relics for now. A complete Sanctum run now requires killing the final boss, Lycia, in both her first and second form. She will always drop a unique relic, and these have been reworked and replaced as we rebalanced everything.
Okay.
An important aspect of the new Sanctum balance is that your primary defenses now have some effect on protecting your resolve. Your armor allows you to mitigate resolve loss, and your evasion grants you a chance to avoid resolve loss entirely, a lot like how armor and evasion work.
Right.
Your energy shield grants you Resolve Aegis, which is a mechanic that works similarly to how Energy Shield behaves for life.
See, that's what I was saying, right? It's like people that are built like this, they can maybe do one of those runs, a one-life run. You see what I'm saying?
In light of the new defensive opportunities and learnings from the original Challenge League, we've rebalanced the difficulty of Sanctum, especially in later floors, and have worked to add more monster and room variety to runs. We've added new boons and afflictions, new defensive mechanics, and have rebalanced many of the others. Like other optional endgame systems that involve tradable items, players who don't want to play Sanctum can trade their Sanctums to other players in exchange for an item or currency that benefits them more. Successful Sanctum play can generate a lot of rewards. It'll potentially be possible to build characters dedicated to Sanctum running and just farm Sanctums repeatedly in order
See, they get it. Bro, they get it. That's what it's about, is giving people different ways to play the game to extend their investment in the game.
to profit.
Thank God.
Sanctum isn't the only improvement that Trial of the Ancestors brings to Path of Exile's endgame. We're also introducing 16 new Atlas Keystone passives to the Atlas passive tree. As a quick summary for new players joining us, the Atlas tree is a system that allows you to customize your endgame experience in Path of Exile.
Guys, I know that this might seem upsetting for you. If you see this, you might want to lay down. Rest assured, after the first 1,000 hours, you will begin to understand it, okay?
As you complete different maps, you gain skill points that can be allocated in the tree. You could use these points to modify the behavior of different content you encounter in in-game maps to make it more difficult or more rewarding, or to behave entirely differently. The system allows you to double down on the content you enjoy and avoid content you don't. Keystones are really impactful passives that totally change how endgame systems behave. Usually they have an element of give and take and require you to come up with new strategies to take advantage of them. Each of these 16 new Atlas Keystones changes how you might interact with Path of Exile's endgame.
You wanna hear a hot take from me? I think that the hard modes for the different Uber bosses shouldn't be on that Atlas.
Let's have a look at some of them now. We will reveal the rest of them before the release of Trial of the Ancestors in a few weeks. Extreme Archaeology completely changes how you play expedition encounters. Instead of placing a series of regular explosives, you now place one gigantic explosive. Every single chest or monster in the block.
Oh, thank fuck. I love this guy. Oh, fuck yes, bro. I hated having to click. Oh.
Blast radius is affected by every remnant in that radius.
Yeah. Boom. Boom, bitch. Oh, shit. And then they instantly kill him because he didn't see the one that said their attacks always crit.
Speaker of the Dead makes it so that tormented spirits can possess you rather than possessing monsters. Boosting your stats instead. While possessed, you can touch monsters just like a spirit can, making them stronger and more rewarding. It's kind of getting silly at this point, isn't it? Blight is like a tower defense minigame inside Path of Exile. The Cassia's Pride Keystone makes it so that Blight monsters take significantly less damage from players and significantly more damage from Blight towers. This basically lets you go all in playing like an actual tower defense game. Because we can. Lucid Dreams makes it so that Val's side areas in your maps are no longer corrupted, meaning that you can use currency items to change their mods. That's right, when you encounter a Val side area, the Keystone lets you craft it. Yeah, so we rebalance
Volvus. I wonder if people would be willing to do that.
the side area mods, we've improved reward outcomes, and we've made the downside mods a bit more punishing, you know, just to make it interesting if you try to go for the good outcomes.
Yeah.
You may also rarely encounter a unique Val side area.
Yeah, I saw that.
Destructive play
I never
makes it
did
so that
that.
the Maven will summon between 1 and 3 extra random map bosses when you are fighting Witness map bosses. So that the Maven will summon between 1 and 3 extra random map bosses when you are fighting Witness map bosses.
What?
This Keystone is analogous
Whoa,
to
wait,
the
what?
map bosses when you are fighting Witness map bosses.
Mod. So is this like a fucking betrayal invasion?
This Keystone is analogous to the Eldritch Altar Keystones that make those influences more difficult but more rewarding. There are another 11 new Keystones that will reveal over the next few weeks. Together, these 16 Keystones mean that regardless of how you enjoy your maps, you'll have plenty of new ways to play Path of Exile's endgame in this expansion. And I should note, in the initial draft of the keynote, I painstakingly went through every single Keystone. It took like 10 minutes. But we'll put them in the news to save you some time here. In the Trial of the Ancestors expansion, we're shifting Path of Exile's
I would have been fine with that.
metagame in several ways. The first is by introducing 14 new support gems, which are
let's
designed to take existing categories of skills and provide entirely new ways to play them. For full information, check the final gem hovers when we post them in the next few
Bro, I
weeks.
can't believe they stole this idea from the Malignant Hearts in Diablo 4.
Let's have a look at a handful of these support gems now.
That's fucked
In
up.
Path of Exile, War Cries usually buff your party but don't directly hurt monsters. The Corrupting Cry support gem turns War Cries into damage-dealing skills by making them inflict corrupted blood on monsters affected by the War Cry or by your attacks that it exerts.
So I guess this is this like I guess maybe this fits into the Chieftain rework.
The Returning Projectile support gem
I think I might try to play that. Because all you have to do is scale AoE damage, and then it goes the whole screen, and then I just... and then the mob's done. Right? I mean, I feel like that's how it should work, right? I mean, fuck.
Forces projectiles from supported skills to return to you, piercing all targets but dealing a little less damage.
Okay.
I think there's another example too.
How do I get that
The
one?
Fresh Meat support gem causes minions created by supported gems to gain adrenaline, critical strike chance, and critical strike damage for a duration after they're first summoned. So you've got to work out a way to keep refreshing your
Just for
minions,
summon Raging
and it
Spirit.
makes them a lot more powerful. The Flamewood support gem causes totems to trigger projectile mortars at enemies that hit them. This is particularly synergistic with totems that can taunt enemies, such as Decoy Totem, or one of the new Chieftain Ascendancy skills that I might talk about shortly.
Okay.
The Sacrifice support gem works on spells that you either cast yourself or through totems. These spells now sacrifice a percentage of your current life or the totem's life to gain additional chaos damage based on how much life was sacrificed.
That would be fucking OP for Warwood. Holy shit. That could be my... Dude. Holy fuck.
The
What if I
Frigid
can't?
Bond support gem affects Link skills and causes a cold mist to come over them.
Oh, bro, they stole this from Diablo 3. Oh, bro, what? Come on.
Enemies caught in the beam are chilled and are dealt cold damage over time. This creates a new tool for a cold damage over time build, requiring strategic placement of both yourself and your Link's ally. I mentioned it was going to get silly. The Locust Mine support gem looks OP and
Great.
affects attack skills that use both. The Locust Mine support gem looks OP and affects attack skills that
Yeah.
use bows and wands. Instead of directly using the supported skill, you throw mines in an arc that use that skill for you, targeting your location when you detonate them. In addition to these gems, there are another 7 that we'll be revealing over the next few weeks.
Wow.
In addition to the 14 new support gems, our balance work for the Trial of the Ancestors.
The only one that I think is going to be worth a shit is, I bet actually that one might be pretty good, is the Corrupting Blood one with the War Shouts, based off of how the Chieftain rework is going to be, and the Chaos damage.
Involved us
SRS,
revamping
yeah.
2 Ascendancy classes. These are the subclasses that you can specialize in as you play through Path of Exile's campaign. Each main character class has 3 Ascendancy classes available. In the last expansion, Crucible, we overhauled the Pathfinder and Saboteur. This time, it's the Guardian and Chieftain, which are specializations of the Templar and Marauders, respectively. While we were very happy with the theme of the Guardian, it was falling behind the power level and popularity of other Ascendancy classes.
Yeah, I've never heard of
Our
Guardian.
changes in this expansion have modernized the class and will present you with more relevant build opportunities than before.
Okay.
Brace yourself. Okay.
The fuck?
Path of Exile 102. Harmony of Purpose can power up parties using link skills.
Look at this.
Time of
Look
Need
at
now
this.
completely cleanses and heals you every 4 seconds. Radiant and Unwavering Crusade
that.
both fully embrace the Holy Summoner theme by giving you access to some exciting new types of minions that are exclusive to this Ascendancy class. We have this picture on the announcement page, pathofexile.com/ancestor for you to scrutinize. Next.
Okay, here we go. This is
While
what I
the
care about.
Guardian's revamp was similar to that of the Pathfinder,
I played Chieftain for the Nangumangu axe one time, and I played it for Righteous Fire.
the Chieftain has received the Saboteur treatment. To be honest, we were unhappy about many aspects of this Ascendancy class in
Yeah,
its old
I felt
form,
like
and
it
so we have
sucked.
completely redesigned it. You can play it now. It's basically an entirely new Ascendancy class with the same name and art and a new way of approaching its themes.
Okay.
Its new skills let
What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Holy shit! Wait, so does this stack? So like if you have max fire res on one thing, like 3% max fire res, and then 3% max cold res, do you have 6% max all res? I think. No? Oh, yeah, maximum fire resistance. I'm an idiot. I didn't read it. Modifiers to fire it's still fucking ridiculous, by the way. Let's see, there's like 3 or 4 things that give like fire res, max fire res. Like I think Elder Shields give it, obviously Purity of Fire gives it, I think 21 gives the next level of it. Fuck, that's insane. Dude, what if I did an RF build with that shouts as well? I wonder if I could do both. Wait, enemies you kill have a 5% chance to explode, dealing 500% of their max life is fire damage? Holy fuck. Modifiers to fire resistance also apply to cold and lightning resistances. At 50% of their recoup 10% of damage taken by your totems as life. Totems are nobody gives a fuck about totems. Okay, next, non-unique jewels increase and reductions to other damage types in a large radius are transformed to apply to fire damage. Okay. Trigger a level 20 Talwanish Chosen whenever you attack with a non-Vol Slam. I don't know what that is really. And what's this? Skills from equipped body armor are supported by level... Wait. Isn't that a shout? No, it's not. Never mind. Let me see. What the fuck? Nearby enemies have no fire resistance against damage over time while you are stationed. So we would go with this one. We'd go with this one. We'd go with this one. And maybe with the damage. With this one here. Tends to apply the fire damage. Holy fuck. Dude. Good for screaming build, though, since enemy stationary on RF. Well, you can stand with RF. When you use stationary in ARPGs, when you play Righteous Fire, can't go into negative resistances. Yeah, but I think it could reduce their base and then you can still apply flammability or something to them on top of that, right? Oh fuck yeah, and yeah, you channel Scorching Ray.
You, among other things, cause enemies to explode, turn off enemies' fire resistance while you're stationary, convert passive skills to apply to fire damage, and have your fire resistances apply to your cold and lightning resistances. I'll just give you a sec more to read. Alright, that's on the site too for you to check out. It's pretty powerful now. To celebrate the release of the Trial of the Ancestors, we'll be hosting a boss kill event. To enter, create a hardcore solo self-found character in the Ancestor League and race to kill all 7 Uber Pinnacle bosses on the same character. Note that unlike the last event we ran, this one is not a Ruthless event. We'll post more
Ruthless, like it being only on Ruthless, people were upset about that.
Information about the event and its prizes in the news before release. Best of luck to everyone. For the Ancestor Challenge League, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Shade and Disciple packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value and points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. These packs are only available for the duration of the Ancestor League and will leave the store forever when it ends. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect the character's power or progression in any way, despite how cool they look. The Shade series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. Alright, the Sarcophagus back attachment imprisons an unspeakable evil that struggles to break free. Nearby monsters
they stole this from Honkai Star Rail with Luocha.
send it into a frenzy, and enemy deaths provide it with souls to feast upon. The Stygian Waypoint shackles visitors to your hideout in chains, yourself included. These chains are just cosmetic though, and they break as soon as you move. It would supposedly be a gameplay advantage to be able to imprison people. The Ferryman's armor set is so full of trapped souls that some of them try to escape. Moving while wearing the boots will leave souls in your wake trying to break free.
Great, another ground effect.
The
That's what we
Infernal
needed.
Portal opens a gate to the Netherrealm when you approach. This prompted a lot of internal discussion about whether using Hellfire to heat your hideout is actually safe and practical.
Good to me.
The Demon-bound crafting bench allows you to enslave a malevolent entity to craft items for you. Be warned, it
That's really, this is actually,
has a sharp tongue and will mock you mercilessly.
Shame me for such a paltry use.
I hope that they have it to where like if you, like they have like a smart AI whenever you do like a, an application of something, if you get a low roll, he'll laugh at you.
The Nebula character effect causes items you pick up to orbit you in an ethereal cloud of loot.
Just what we needed.
The Disciple
Great.
series of supporter packs also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. Look at dog.
Wow.
I'm going to put that in the top pack. The Hero's Landing finisher effect summons a marble statue from the heavens to execute unique monsters you defeat. You decide whether it's the sword or the huge lump of rock that actually kills them. The Bell Tower map device heralds the opening of a new map with a peal of bells. Start to run out of portals though, and it will reflect your desperate situation.
I'm gonna buy that. I'm definitely gonna buy this. This is so good for stream because people will like, they'll see like, oh, it's on fire, uh-oh. Yeah, I have to buy this for stream.
This is fine.
Oh.
The Cathedral armor set refracts light through your character, creating beautiful patterns on the ground around it. If your life gets low, it responds in kind.
Okay, cool. It's like
The
stained
Observer
glass.
Diamond Flask summons a tentacled mass that fires its eye lasers at enemies you critically strike while the flask is
That
active.
does damage, right?
Again, cosmetic.
Ah.
The Currency Orb Charge effect lets you pick from a number of different currency types to replace your charges with, as long as you've used that currency item anytime from today onwards. Some people, we have to store it in the database, right? Some people will show they can be part of the exclusive club of players who have actually used the Mirror of Calandra. This effect also causes
Oh god, what is it?
Don't? How does this work? Does it work on grays? Oh, look, and it changes sides too on the.
Oh, it was such a good stream. Oh my god, that was so good. Should be put in prison for that. Bro, he got a hate thread about him on the PoE subreddit about doing that.
your charges to display in town.
How rare are those? 1 in 2,000 hours / played.
So the theory is you go use your standard mirror,
Yeah.
which we all have, right?
Yep.
The Faithful Hound Pet is a very good doggo, and it knows a few tricks. You can command it to sit, roll over, or play dead. And yes, you can pet the dog. These new packs are available right now at pathofexile.com/purchase, and purchases like these directly fund the ongoing development of Path of Exile 1 and 2. Meanwhile, the Lithomancer and Enchanter packs leave the store forever at the launch of Trial of the Ancestors, so now's your last chance to purchase them. There's some good stuff in those too. Thanks for your continued support. The fun part. For the last ExileCon, we developed a special card game that encapsulated the full gameplay arc of Path of Exile over the course of the event. Players could defeat monsters, progressively upgrade their items, use currency items to craft them.
Wait, so it's like you get all these? Do you have like a, is this someone like an Exodia? It's a Shaper?
Their equipment, find and run maps, and eventually defeat pinnacle bosses to earn rewards. It was a whole lot of fun, and we've had so many requests to run it again. So this year, we're proud to bring you the 2023 version of the ExileCon card game. And like all Path of Exile expansions, it even includes a challenge league. In your swag bags, you'll have found a box of ExileCon cards, and then a gentleman outside will have asked to purchase them from you for real money.
Yeah.
If you have any cards left, you can use these to challenge GGG staff members who are walking around ExileCon as monsters. They'll be wearing t-shirts showing the monster's stats, which include symbols for their attack and defense. Using the cards in your deck box, and those you accumulate by defeating monsters, put together one set of armor, one weapon and shield, or a two-handed weapon, and an amulet and 2 rings. To defeat a monster, the damage on your weapon has to be equal to or larger than the defense of the monster, and the defense on the armor and shield have to be equal to or larger than the attack of the monster. It's that simple. There are some wildcard symbols. It's explained on the
They should
rules
put
in the
this
box.
in the game.
Rings and amulets are pretty hard to find, and they can be used for either attack or defense. So to attack a monster, politely approach a staff member wearing the shirt, introduce yourself, and show them the set of equipment you want to use. If your symbols match, then you'll have defeated them, and they'll give you a reward and remove some of the durability from your items. They do this by clicking the card, so if you want to keep the card pristine, don't necessarily attack someone with it. It will get damaged in combat. Be careful not to waste your best items on low-level monsters. You're not allowed to attack the same monster twice in a row, so you need to explore ExileCon to find different GGG staff members. You can get maps by defeating monsters marked as gods. Take these maps to the map
eBay
device
sellers
to
right
run
now?
them and
Yeah.
progress through the tiers. On the back of the box is a list of quests. As you complete quests, you can visit the crafting bench on the top floor to receive rewards for completing those quests. While you're there, you can also use your currency items.
Bro, they put more thought into this than like some people put into like an entire video.
To modify your equipment.
Like,
I mentioned that this year's version of the card game introduced a challenge league. That league is Delve. Accumulate sulfite and bring it to the Delve wall. Sorry for the bad photo, it's hard with lighting. On the middle floor. Each sulfite card you hand in allows you to explore one tile of the Azurite mine. You'll all be working collaboratively throughout the event to delve deep into the mine, fight the monsters that lurk there, and uncover its treasures.
this is better. Yeah, somebody mentioned this is actually a lot better than the TwitchCon ball pit.
And I feel really bad for the poor people that had to hang 3,000 cards on that wall.
Yeah.
You may eventually be able to challenge the pinnacle bosses if you manage to get really far in the card game. I'm the Searing Exarch, Jonathan is the Eater of Worlds, and Mark is the Maven. Defeating any of the three of us will reward you with a Mirror of Calandra enamel pin. This pin is exclusively available for winning the card game and won't be sold in the merchandise shop. Each person can only receive a maximum of 2 mirrors, and when they run out, we can't give any more out, so try to win the game early. The reason for 2 is a very typical Path of Exile reason, 1 for you and 1 to trade.
Smart.
All right, it's almost time to go and experience ExileCon 2023. Aside from the card game, we've prepared a full weekend of activities for you. There's a busy roster of talks and interviews on the main stage and the streamer stage. We've posted a schedule at pathofexile.com/ExileCon so you can see what is happening when and where. The schedule also includes information on meet and greet sessions. Our special guests this year include a roster of many of your favorite streamers, but also some game development industry friends we've met over the last 16 years. We're proud to once again welcome the creators of the Diablo series, David Brevik, Max Schaefer, and Eric Schaefer, as well as
David Brevik made Diablo 2.
Travis Baldry, who you may know from Fate, Torchlight, and his popular fantasy books, or even the books he's narrated. They'll not only have meet and greet sessions, but are also participating in an action RPG roundtable discussion alongside me and Eric tomorrow on the stage. In all of the developer talks and panels, ExileCon attendees will be able to scan a QR code on their phone to submit questions for the speakers to discuss on the panel or on the Q&A section of the talk. The Path of Exile 2 ExileCon demo is a large one, and you may want to play it multiple times this weekend. In each session, you can pick from one of 4 character classes, which start at various points throughout the first 4 acts of Path of Exile 2's campaign. Around half of each act is included in the demo, and your session time is limited to 45 minutes before you have to let someone else have a turn. Remember, as Jonathan said earlier, this demo is hard. Read the signs that explain how your skills combine together. Dodge roll is your new friend. You should also swing by the Path of Exile mobile demo at the chill out area on the top floor and check out its progress. It's coming along really well, and we'd love to get your feedback on it. We've created heaps of new Path of Exile merchandise, which is available at our merchandise shop.
I have this one. Where is it? Where is it? Where's that thing? Where'd it go? They sent it to me. Where'd it go? Oh, I think it's over there. It's one of I have it somewhere.
On the middle floor. We've made 17 new t-shirts, which include a few from our community t-shirt design competition. We've created a range of 24 enamel pins. You'll have found a random one in your swag bag. If you approach me and I'm wearing a pin, feel free to swap for the one you've got if you'd like. Happy to trade. You can purchase the others in the shop. As mentioned before, there's also the super exclusive Mirror of Calandra pin that is only available to winners of the card game. Maybe you're able to trade for a full set. There are 2 new posters. One is the Atlas Passive Tree, and the other is the Periodic Table of Currency.
I'm pretty sure. Is that all of them? Yeah, I wonder if that's even all of them. Yeah, it's not.
In addition to reprinting the incredibly popular Celestial Cat socks, we've also introduced the Chaos Orb socks, better for business meetings. There's also a range of 4 desk pads to keep your play area tidy. You can
bro, I want to get this one. This is fucking badass.
check them out at the demo zone. We have a limited range of ExileCon 2019 merchandise available in the store as well. Make sure to hit it up early if you want some of this, because stocks of the older items are quite limited. We have plenty of new merchandise for everyone though, and I think I might have underestimated that. The ExoCon livestream concludes tomorrow with our grand racing finale, where 4 players compete for up to $10,000 and the title of ExoCon 2023 Racing Champion. Afterwards, we're hosting an after party at 8 p.m. at the venue. If you're watching from home, please note that because there are multiple things going on at the same time here, and we can only stream one of them live, we'll be re-streaming 3 of today's talks tomorrow before the event starts. So to be clear, they're occurring here, people can watch them in person, but you can't watch them at that time because we're streaming something else. So we're going to re-stream those tomorrow in the 3 hours where it's way too early to do it in New Zealand, but you can watch them online from the States and Europe. This makes sure that everyone is fully up to date on all of the talks that have been announced about Path of Exile 2 before the important Q&A in the morning where you get to ask the important questions.
All right.
If you missed out on attending ExoCon this year, we'll be at Gamescom in Germany in August and PAX West in Seattle in September. At both shows, the Path of Exile 2 booth will have our ExoCon demo available to play and a small team of Grinding Games developers, including me and Jonathan, to chat to, and we hope to see you there. Thanks so much for joining us this weekend at ExoCon 2023. Have a great show, everyone.
There it is. Holy shit. Wow.
G'day Exile, welcome back to the second half, the post-stall cast.
You didn't say it Ziggy D here.
For you, I'm Ziggy D, joined by once again by Mathel, Rise PT, and Nugian. We're gonna have a bit of a chat.
Wow. I mean, I would say, like, look. I mean, this is insane. Like, all the updates were great. I'm excited for, like, I'll be curious to know, like, what it's gonna be like. How are you gonna develop, like, PoE 1 and 2 at the same time? It seems like such a huge undertaking to, like, develop 2 games that are so similar but so different. I'll be really curious to see how that's gonna happen, you know? There's 2 teams. Yeah, no, I understand. Like, I get it, right? I get it. But it just seems like a massive, like, big dick play. Definitely. They're already doing it? Oh, yeah, I know that. I mean, that's, yes, watch the Crip interview. It's pretty enlightening. Oh, no, I'll watch more stuff. I'm not going to watch any more of it today. I'll probably watch more of it tomorrow. 8 people made Calandra. Wow. Fuck. Yeah, I had no idea. That's insane. Diablo 4 devs have a deadline until June 24 to get the game good. Yeah, what did you guys think about it? It's a good time for gamers, yeah. Past year PoE 1's been run by an 8-man team. It's nuts because, like, I think Sanctum and Crucible were pretty good. I didn't mind them. I thought they were good. Yeah, I mean, so keep in mind, they obviously were not threatened by Diablo 4. Well, I feel like Diablo 4 is always going to be, like, because the thing is that, like, if you go and you look at, I'm just going to mute and click on a couple of things. If you look at, like, some of the systems and things that they're adding into the game, like, the level of complexity this game has is never really going to allow them to cannibalize, like, Diablo 4 players. Because it's just so complex and so involved that people that are more casual gamers are just never going to be able to get into it. Now, I'm not sure how PoE 2 is going to change that. I have no idea. I think we're going to have to play the beta next year and find out. But overall, PoE 1 is never going to attract the couch co-op 3 hours a week Andy. You know, it's just not going to happen. I'm sure that those people exist, but they're in no way, shape, or form like a, you know, like the majority or something like that, you know? So PoE is to the same skill tree and even more shit? Yeah. So PoE 2 still has 1,500 passives? Yeah, there you go. Even following a guide is confusing? Yeah. So, like, this is obviously, like, I don't think this kills Diablo 4. I don't think so at all, because Diablo 4 is made, it's the same way as, like, let me think of a way to put it, like, Smash Brothers doesn't kill Street Fighter. Or like, let me think of another example, oh, fuck. Like, I mean, there's a million games. Like, Escape from Tarkov doesn't kill Call of Duty. It's because it's for a different audience of players. Yeah, Tekken, yeah, stuff like that. iRacing doesn't kill Forza. Yeah, and so, like, I obviously do think that like a lot of Diablo 4 players are looking at this right now, and they're thinking like, I think that like with PoE 2, right? Think about how many different types of modifiers of playing your character that we just saw inside of this like 30-minute demo, or probably 15-minute demo for the Sorceress. Like there's already more depth in the gameplay of this character, almost. Maybe even more, I don't know, I have to think about it, than a max level Sorcerer in Diablo 4. So, I don't know. I don't know how it's gonna feel, man. People would juggle both PoE 2 and Diablo 4. Yeah. Sorry about the skill tree. Maybe close the game twice. I can't get into it. Well, yeah, not everybody's gonna get into the game. Like, I'm not a huge fan of Minecraft. Like, I've tried it. It's just not really my thing. Maybe I just haven't played it in a way that I enjoy. Like, but I know Minecraft's a good game. I just don't really play it, right? That's all. I feel like they took a shot at Diablo 4 with the sword skill tree of PoE 2. Well, I don't think they were really thinking about Diablo 4 at all, to be honest with you. Like, this gameplay and everything is pretty independent of that, I would say. But yeah, I don't think anybody should feel bad about like, oh wow, like I'm not, you know, like I'm not playing this game, it's too complex for me. Like, you're not dumb for that, right? It's a game that requires a tremendous amount of investment and time. But it's a game that also, like, a person that has 2,000 hours in the game will have a decided advantage against a person that has 1,000 hours of knowledge. And like, that's what this kind of game, that's what it does. Now, I hope that they introduce like some things in PoE 2 that make it a little bit easier for like new players to not fall into traps and make mistakes, and it make players want to invest more time. But we're gonna have to see what that's gonna look like in a year, right? I mean, like, they're announcing a beta in literally a year. So we're gonna have to see. Depends on what you like. Yeah, my friend likes Diablo. We couldn't get into PoE because of all the systems. Yeah. Just like WoW. It could be, yeah. PoE passive system isn't much worse than a Paragon board. Hell, it has a search function. Yeah, I agree, and I think that like functionally for most people it's the same thing because they just look up a build guide and do it. What do you think about gold currency in PoE? I don't really care about gold currency. I think that buying, so this is like in general how I feel about it. I think that buying currency is actually unfun and bad gameplay in PoE 1. I think that buying gear is fun and interesting gameplay in PoE 1. I have never made a currency trade in PoE 1 and enjoyed it. It's literal trash. You're messaging, you're competing against bots. Nobody is going to respond to you. It's fucking terrible. So yeah. What do you think about the new weapon like flails and the 12 classes? I think it's a good idea because it introduces like more blended classes. I throw some shade in the idea though later talks. Well, I don't know. I mean, I think that like a lot of people might just be interpreting it as them throwing shade because they're trying to like, they're projecting. I think that a lot of the Diablo, I bet a lot of the people that make PoE, I bet they played Diablo 4, or maybe they still play Diablo 4, I don't know. But I'm sure that they played the game and tried it out, etc. So it's not like they hate Diablo or something like that. Of course, yeah, I mean, of course they do, right? I'm sure a number of the Diablo developers have played PoE. I mean, fuck, I'd be worried if they weren't doing that, you know what I mean? Gold currency is slotted under other currencies, and all the vendors use it, so a piece of gear costs gold instead of 2 portal scrolls. Oh, I see, so it's vendor currency? That's nice. Don't you agree Diablo 4 doesn't know what it needs to be because you can't see where it's going to go? PoE 1 and 2, you can clearly see the road they're building. I don't know. I think that, like, you know, I think we'll have to see what happens with Diablo 4. Joe Shelley didn't even know what SSF meant. I'd have to see that clip. I can't believe that he doesn't know what that means. Like, I refuse to believe that unless I see it. Yeah, no way. No, absolutely not. I'm not going to believe that. That's insane. So, Joe P tweeted about PoE earlier. Yeah, I saw that. It was in the Quinn interview. Well, if you link it to me on my Reddit, I'll take a look at it tomorrow. They see Season 2 is bigger in Diablo 4. Let's wait and see. Well, it doesn't really matter, like, about Season 2 because, like, Season 2 isn't out right now. And, like, I played PoE ever since the start, right? I came in and out of the game many, many times. So, like, it's not like I played it consistently every league. But, like, PoE, whenever it first came out, didn't have anywhere near the level of depth that, you know, it does now. Like, it took many years for PoE to get where it is now. But also, like, the reason why it's good now is because they developed it with a mindset of sustainable development over the course of a decade. And that's really what they've done. And is Diablo 4 going to be able to do that? I don't know. I think we'll know in 2 years. You know, are things going in a good direction or not? Because, like, at that point, we'll be able to see kind of what's going to happen. Like, right now, like, I'm neutral. I'm neutral to negative. I'm not, like, negative, but I'm, like, you know, like, in terms of a reputation, I'm not neutral. I'm, like, unfriendly, but not hostile. I'm skeptical. Yeah, that's actually the best word I can use. Yeah, skeptical is a way better word. Diablo 4 board of directors? Yeah, we'll see. But, they also cared what they learned over at PoE 2, and we'll start off strong. Diablo 4 started from scratch? Yeah, well, it's like they did, but they didn't have to, which is what was so weird about it. Why do PoE frogs hate Diablo so much? They hate Diablo because a lot of them are playing PoE because Diablo sucks. That's the reason. Like, most people, like, I remember during the beta of PoE, is that everybody was always talking about, excuse me, they were always talking about how Diablo 3 sucked. Like, the entire general chat of the game was all talking about Diablo 3 sucking dick. That was the whole thing, all day, every day. Oh, true words misspoken. Yeah, and so, like, and I think that a lot of people are frustrated because, you know, Diablo probably, like, oh, I mean, you have to remember, like, it was, I actually thought, I was an idiot, right? But, like, I thought whenever I first watched PoE that Crip was playing Diablo 2. I actually thought it was Diablo 2 because I didn't know any better. So, like, it's obvious that they made the game to be a lot like Diablo. And that's okay. Yeah, PoE exists because of Diablo. PoE is, like, I would say probably like the spiritual successor of Diablo 2. Someone who moved to PoE, I can tell you that that's happening now with Diablo 4. Yeah, it's just kind of funny that, like, history is repeating itself 10 years later. They said they love Diablo 2, and that was the base of PoE. Yeah, exactly. Games built on other games. Yeah, that's the way it should be. It's kind of ironic. PoE is more like Diablo than Diablo these days. Well, I don't know. I need to go back and actually play Diablo 2 so I can actually, like, understand why people like it so much. Because I never really played it beyond Act 1. Crazy thing is, PoE's been in development for 4 years. They managed to make a game free to play, no pay to win, good looking game, and the boss fights we've seen are better than anything else in Diablo 4, which is a $100 game that kept nothing from Diablo 3, microtransaction wise. True. True. Yeah. Like, I would say, I mean, I would say the Diablo 4 campaign is better than the PoE campaign, definitely. There's, like, way more cutscenes, it's way more involved, etc. But, like, you know, like, is that the only reason why people play a game like that? Probably not. If you play Diablo 2, there's an add-on. No, I want to play the base game. I don't want to play an add-on. Found a video where Joe Shelley doesn't know what solo self-found was. What was it? What's it called, Dr. Crusher? Yeah, what's it called? I want to see it. I want to hear it for myself. I don't believe it. Link in chat. Yeah, you can link it to Nomad too. It's the Quinn interview? No, I want to see it. I want to see the link. Are you botting or an AI personally? Oh, no, I'm an AI, yeah. Do you think all microtransactions from PoE 1 could limit PoE 2? No. I don't really think so. When are you playing Last Epoch finally? I don't know. I have so many other games that I want to play. It's hard for me to keep up with everything. Like, the truth is, I just need to play. I need to stream longer every day. Because I've just been like, I've been having really bad sleeping problems. Like, I've been waking up in the middle of the day, and then I go back to bed, and then I wake up again, and it's like almost, you know, like 9 p.m. You know, I mean, it is what it is, right? Okay.
Whether you're
Let me see this video. Yeah, I've been having a lot of problems with that personally. I don't know what I'm gonna do with it yet, or what I'm gonna do about it yet. But yeah, let me go ahead and take a look at this. Okay, so this was an interview 3 years ago.
Okay, we have a million questions. SSF, this is a really fun. You could just say no.
Okay.
If it's like this, like not happening, or maybe, or like, you know, just
okay.
SSF, solo self-found.
So, so
yes. Like a part of Exile, I mean, people like Leviathan and a bunch of other people do it in Diablo 3, where you just don't play with anyone else.
You can choose to play that way if you want. We're not going to officially support it in like a game mode or something.
Like no sort of game mode where you can select that. Okay.
I don't think so.
Okay. That's.
I feel like he said, "Oh yes," like, yeah. I think he knows what it means to reach. Yeah, I feel like he was just more confused and unknowing. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't think that's what it was. Just a brain fart. Yeah, look, I will shit on Diablo 4 all day. I will fucking counter the devs all night. But it's got to be on something that's real, right? I think that's a big stretch, man. It is. It's a big stretch. Probably didn't hear SSF properly over the New Zealand accent. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? SSF out loud was probably slightly confused. Maybe. How would Diablo 4 improve to compete with PoE? I mean, there's a million ways, right? I mean, I think they should just, like, you know, just shore up their own fundamentals, make the things that are in the game work, and then, you know, you can think about everything else after that. None of these are a three-letter acronym, don't know anything about subject. Yeah, I think he gets it. I mean, yeah, don't overcomplicate things. Yeah, definitely. Then when we go for SSF, it's probably a different language. Holo, hardcore solo. Yeah, who knows? I mean, what are we talking about? It's like a fucking 5-second clip from 3 years ago, 5 years ago. Who cares? Anyway, back to PoE. The bosses, if they have 100 of these different bosses, that's fucking insane. That is absolutely fucking ridiculous, man. 100 of these different bosses. Because, like, Diablo, you know, they said they had 100 dungeons. And I counted about 7. So I don't know about that, right? So, like, I'll be curious to see what 100 bosses really looks like. Not most are just unique enemies, I bet. Well, that's okay. I mean, like, the Breach bosses, for example, or the Scourge bosses, you know, that big fat dude who looks like Asmodan. Like, you know, I consider him a boss. Absolutely, he's a boss. Yeah, 7 dungeons in 100 places. Yeah. The June 2024 thought it'd be a lot. Oh, you thought PoE 2 was going to be a lot closer? I mean, like, really, man? That's only, like, 3 leagues. Like, I don't... I feel like that's going to be... It's going to be out pretty soon, and then, you know, it'll probably be in beta for 6 months, and then it'll come out, hopefully, at the end of the year. I mean, like... I mean, hopefully. Who the fuck knows? Yeah, I'm not even gonna worry about it. Like, it's nice to keep up with it. It's same as like Elden Ring, right? Where it's like, it was really great to hear updates about Elden Ring, but like, I'm not gonna be like, oh, this needs to come out now or whatever. Like, just make the game good, and whenever it's good, then we play the game. That's how I see it. All the content combined, we've seen 10 plus unique bosses in PoE 2. Yeah, I think so. PoE 2 changed a lot since they showed it. Yeah, I think the graphic fidelity has gone up a lot too. I don't understand what I told the people that they're going to tend not to plan anything after ExileCon because they're going to want to have time to play something. I don't know what you mean by that, but yeah. Should watch with sound. Well, I've already watched the whole thing. I'm just playing it. I'm playing it in the background while I talk about it. That's all. Yeah, we've already watched the whole thing. Or at least like the whole keynote speech and everything like that. What's your opinion on having both games active? I mean, that's what Blizzard does with Classic WoW and Retail WoW, and I think it's a really good model. I'm curious to see how it's going to go, and it's really a tall order. It kind of makes me nervous, but I don't think that they're going to bite off more than they can chew, and I think that's kind of evident with how long they've taken to make not only PoE 2, but also PoE Mobile. Like, we heard about PoE Mobile, like, what, at the same time we heard about Diablo Immortal, and, like, they still haven't made it. So it's clear that they're probably not just going to rush something out and make it bad just to get it out into the public. Did you check the campfire thoughts? Yeah, I watched the Diablo 4 campfire. I think that it actually was a very good one. Like, it's hard to talk about, like, how hyped I am for Diablo 4 whenever I see all this, which I think is just, like, way more comprehensive and better. But, I mean, yeah, I'll go back and play Diablo 4 again. You know, I said I would go back and try it again if they were making improvements to the game and they fixed the problems, and they really kind of did. So I'll try it again and see what happens. I don't know if I'm gonna play it today or not, but I'm just saying, like, in general. Do you think they'll launch PoE 1 and 2 leagues? Or will they do them at the same time? They're going to stagger them. That's why I meant with, like, Classic WoW. Like, Classic WoW gets an update, Retail WoW doesn't. And then it goes down, then Retail WoW gets an update, then Classic WoW gets an update, then Retail WoW gets an update, right? Like, that's how it works. Link the VOD? Sure. Yeah, this is just, like, the whole VOD of, like, the whole thing. It's from the Path of Exile channel. I'll link it to you guys right now. People get too much discouraged about getting into PoE. Yeah, I hope PoE 2 changes that a bit and makes it a little bit easier for new players to get into it. Like, I think there's L's that PoE takes that they don't really have to. Like, for example, I think you should be able to fully respec your character with no restrictions at all until you finish Uberlab. I know that might sound kind of crazy, but I just don't really see I don't see the value in locking a new or inexperienced player into a decision. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things like that I'd like to see happen with PoE. But overall, you know, also, like, a language, like, a lot of games have this. Like, 2 examples of this is Lost Ark has this, and also I guess, oh, I know Lost Ark has it. I might a game that has, like, a codex. Another game that has a codex. What's another game that has a codex? Fuck, I don't remember, but I know Lost Ark has it. And BDO, yeah, I haven't played BDO enough to even know that. But yeah, oh, Honkai, yeah, Honkai Star Rail. That was the one I was thinking of. Both of them have, like, a codex in the game that explains every single thing in the game. And I wish that PoE had a codex that was built into the game so people could look things up and understand them more easily. You can respec for free on up to level 70 in PoE China edition. Yeah, I'd be curious to know why they don't let new players do that. Crazy how they want PoE 2 to be harder, dodge or die. Kind of interesting design shift. I don't think it's really that big of a design shift. I think that they've been trying to ever since patch 3.15, the Expedition League patch. I think they've been trying to slow down the game and make it harder. And I think Ruthless League is also another effort in doing that. And I kind of agree with them. I think that's a good idea. So, like, yeah, I definitely, like, would like to see that happen. I don't know if that's really going to happen. Like, having to roll every attack like Dark Souls whenever you're playing an ARPG does seem like it's kind of, it's going to be kind of monotonous. So I'm not really sure how it's going to be like. But I think also, like, it's going to be one of those things where you're really using the roll against, like, very large elites and also bosses. And you're just probably clearing packs like this, and it's not really that common. It's skill expression, so it's a good thing. Yeah, but not everything that's skill expression is a good thing. If it becomes, like, kind of the game is designed around allowing you to express skill rather than playing the game in a fluid and fun way. But I generally agree with you. Like, it's one of the things that I criticize Diablo 4 for a lot, is because I don't think that enough things in the game allow you to express skill. I like it personally. The goal's always been to slow down the game. Yeah, I just don't know if it's really going to happen. Delirium was the first jump into that design. Higher rewards, but bulked up enemies that had to be killed slowly and endgame with orbs. Yeah, you could say that. I mean, I think other people might put it somewhere else, but sure, you could say Delirium. Either way, I think that PoE, like one of PoE's, I think the biggest problem with PoE in terms of gameplay, like obviously like getting into it is hard, but the biggest problem in regards to gameplay, I think, is visibility. Like you can't see what's going on. Like there'll be like 15 different effects in the game. And like I've said before, I hope they get rid of some of the like I think unnecessary effects and like overlap abilities and things. Like I personally don't think that Corrupted Blood and Bleed both need to be in the game. I think only one does, outside of like maybe a boss or something like that. So I wish that they kind of like pruned some of the like the negative effects and positive effects to make the game cleaner, and I think that they're going to do that in PoE 2 as well. Yeah, and a few modifiers. Yeah, less is more. I agree. Typical bloat with old games. Yeah. Corrupted Blood can be negated though. Yeah, but like that doesn't have anything to do with what I'm saying. You also feel the feeling for loot for newcomers is not as fun. I think that I hope that they don't make crafting in PoE 2 as complex as crafting in PoE 1. I think that crafting should definitely be extremely complex and interesting, but I think the levels of it are overwhelming for even a adept player to understand. And I think they should probably simplify it, or at least, you know, wipe the slate and start building on it again, which is, I think, a good thing. They already removed the scouring and alteration orbs. I've always thought that, like, I kind of like reroll orbs, like alterations and chaos orbs. I think those are good because they're interesting. Complexity was added because there's so many expansions. Well, think about, like, yeah, beast crafting, like harvest crafting, betrayal crafting. There's like the betrayal affixes now. Delve, fossils, scarabs, yeah. Essence crafting. Oh my god, there's like so many different ways to craft. Synthesis, yeah, synthesis crafting. Thoughts on gem topics being taken off gear and armor and weapons? I want to see it. I want to play it and see what it's like. PoE 2 barely has any loot. Nothing drops. That's only because they don't have the items that are showing, except for the gold. If you watch, like, the item will drop and then it will disappear. And also, like, I don't think it's like super hog that whenever you kill, like, you shouldn't need 17 different item filters, like, just to understand what's happening in the game. It should be simpler and easier to understand. I think that oftentimes, like, knowledge in video games is, like, it's very hard to balance knowledge in video games. Because, like, people want to be rewarded for playing a game a lot, and being good at that game is also being knowledgeable at the game, but you also don't want to make it to where that knowledge is a barrier to entry for new players because of how much of it you have to have and how much of it you have to know. So it's like, yeah, I don't think that, like, just more game knowledge is, like, just all, like, anything that rewards game knowledge is good and anything that doesn't is bad. I don't look at it that way. So we'll have to see. PoE 2 is Path to Building implemented into the game. They hired the PoB dev to make that for them. That's brilliant. That's great, yeah. Not using guides would brick a character faster in Diablo 4 or PoE. Definitely in PoE. Less T-Pop and filters would be so nice. Yeah, I'll have to play that game and learn it for myself. Breaking characters just means you won't be able to reach that far into the end game, but it's a lot more than enough to finish the game. I think that you vastly overestimate how much people fuck up in the video game. Like, I bricked my first PoE character and it caused me to quit the game for a year. I think a lot of people did that. The problem is that I made decisions that were, in my mind, like, I didn't feel like I made bad decisions. Like, basically, the right decision should be the intuitive one. It shouldn't be like, you know, for example, like fire damage multiplier versus like fire damage flat base damage. I think an average person isn't going to understand the difference between those two things, and I don't think that having those in the game and distinguishing between them makes the game better. I think that it just makes it more complex and harder to understand for new players. Increase versus more is the worst one, or the best example. That's our first look at PoE 2. I think the game looks amazing. They need to have tooltip that clearly states, yeah, that's what I was saying about having a codex or something like that, to where players can look it up and get in-game information. I just think that in general, every time that a player has to go outside of the game in order to find information about the game, that is a shortcoming of the game. I mean, both gives us the option for more build paths. Well, it doesn't though, because like one's just better than the other. They said this is the dumbed down version that captures new players. I think they're adding all the visual clutter on release. Yeah, I hope that they do get rid of a lot of that stuff, but we'll see if that ends up happening. But yeah, PoE 2. This is my my thoughts on it. After looking at everything, it feels really good to be a Path of Exile player right now. It feels really, really, really good. Yeah. Not Diablo 4, please. I think that we might be done with Diablo 4. I haven't completely decided yet. I might try it again off stream. But I just, I don't want to do it. Am I keep playing then? I'm not playing. I'm done.
How it all started.
What up? We back at it. We back in it. All right, we're gonna finish up all the renown today. It's a big day. I mean, I don't want to, but we have to. It's a fucking requirement in life. Ooh, I've got an item in my box. What's my item? Right. The reason how I got all these items is what I do now is every single time that I'm gonna go to sleep, I just put my character at an event spawn and then I just leave the game on. Let's see how we're doing on our battle pass. I thought we had one of these. Oh, I already learned it? Wait, what? Oh, the next one I guess is at 60. Oh, there it is. I thought I had one. 7%. Wow. That's amazing. I'm so lucky. Okay. Let's go. I probably should have turned these into aspects. I just didn't think of it. It is what it is. I also have a replacement. I got this. You can apparently have one that has one enemy. Just kind of nutty. The 80 to 90 cosmetics are worth chasing. How could a cosmetic be worth chasing? It doesn't even matter. It's a single player game basically. Like, I don't know. You see what Conrad has. Great. Okay, I've got to go do some stupid quest. I guess I have to go over there. Yeah, we'll knock some of these out right now. Cosmetics, matter in isometric game. It's got to be really flashy like PoE. Yeah. I mean, I just, like, I don't really have a lot of, like, I don't really care a lot about, like, cosmetics that you can buy. I just think, like, if you can buy a cosmetics, it's like it doesn't really count, you know? It's not a real cosmetic. It's not a real item. Because like this damage increase affects my minions too, right? It's got to. This game isn't that bad, right? I mean, look. Here's one way to look at it, alright? It is what it is. That's the best way to look at it. Where we're that? Yeah, it's an above average game. Yeah, I think the game is, I think it's good. I mean, it's not, the thing is, like, it's so hard to talk about this game because everybody that talks about the game has, like, a fucking, like, there's, like, like an opinion that they're trying to, like, push. Oh, Helltide just came up. Let's go do that. Actually, I mean, honestly, I don't need to do Helltide. I need to do my fucking Renown. I need to do my Renown and get to tier 4, then I can think about Helltide after that. Fuck Helltide, let's just do that later. I need to get Renown done, and it's just a season quest line. What's in game for the season? I mean, the same thing it always is, right? I mean, just kill the mobs, get the stuff. You know, it's that simple. Maybe it's over this way. It's gotta be over this way, right? Yeah, okay. What the fuck? There's like 3 things to click on. I clicked on the wrong one every time. I guess I'll buy some rolls too. Barb nerf is so bad. Wait, I got more items? Why does it say I don't? Why does it say I'm missing an item? What the fuck? Did I get another legendary? I didn't even see it. Oh, I got a Dark Banner trophy. Wow. Cool. I got a cool little item. I guess I should pick up some of these quests too. Actually, let me just do the dungeons. I don't want to do any more side quests. With Barber Heart? Well, I mean, the Barber is like just, that's not something that's good for Barbarian specifically, it's just good for everybody, like, Jesus fuck, man. Like, it's good for every class. That's my understanding. It's not like Barbarian has some sort of like advantage with it. Like, I've seen people use this shit and it's just insane. I mean, you can't win them all. I'm not worried about it that much, but it is what it is. You open up a cool dungeon for the heart and item farming? Okay. Okay. Oh, I didn't read the quest. Oh, I have to go up there and do that? Well, I guess I might as well then. Well, let's go ahead and do this one first. Yeah, I usually don't read the quest. If like I just go to where the green area is, that's about it. Bloodlance, Necro, Wrathful Heart, Blood Damage, it's pretty insane. Bloodlance is just really good on damage. Like I've seen necromancers that can just like one tap an entire pack of like level 90 mobs, like Nightmare Dungeon 100 mobs or 90 mobs. So do like 1 or something like that. And just do it. It's not even a big deal. It's important they voice it. To be fair, almost everything in Diablo 4 is voiced. Like, that's one of the things that they do really well. I think the game has a lot of those, like, kind of... It's like if you're trying to think of, like, important things that games need, like, you know, voice acting, etc., like, Diablo does a lot of those pretty well. Like, the campaign is good, it's got cutscenes, you know. I mean, does it have, like, that same excitement that, like, you know, maybe people have with Diablo, even Diablo 3? Probably not. Like, I said this before, right? I think that anybody that thinks that Diablo 3, like, Diablo 4 is worse than Diablo 3 is fucking insane. Like, I think Diablo 4 is, like, way better than Diablo 3, and it's not even remotely close. But, you know, doesn't make it perfect or anything like that. Creator's Scythe, okay, this could be a good one. It's not. Joseph Fiora's tweet adding stash tag? Yeah, I saw the tweet. I made a video about it even. I'm really glad that it happened, because I think it gives people, like, a good insight into, like, you know, people are always like, oh, well, there's probably some, like, really complex, super necessary reason that, like, the game is coded in a way that you can't do something that should obviously happen. And, like, I'm just really glad to see people that always, like, make that appeal to authority see, like, it's so obvious that this is fucking stupid, right? And I love seeing it. What's your luck with mount bardings? I don't even know. I don't even know what mount bardings I have. This is a seasonal ARPG. Yeah. Bloodlands, Bone Poison, it's a better build. Yeah, I want to go this build, that's why I'm here, doing this one. I mean, if I wanted to play a better build, you know, I just would play a rogue. Rogues are apparently OP. Remnant. We'll be doing Remnant very soon. I've wanted to play this because I just want to play the new season. As I said, I know that this is upsetting for a lot of people, but I am enjoying my time playing this game. And so, I'm going to keep playing it until I'm not enjoying it anymore, at which point I will stop playing it. Vegito Rogue wasn't strong enough? No, I think that, like, that happening to Vegito was, like, so good for him. Because, like, now everybody's talking about him, everybody's thinking about him. That's, like, so good for him. It's better for him that his rogue died to a disconnect than if he got the world first. people who are new to ARPGs, would I recommend Diablo 4? I mean, I would recommend Diablo 4 to people who are new to ARPGs more than people that aren't new. Like, it's definitely the most new player friendly ARPG. Well, I can't say that because I haven't played Grim Dawn or Last Epoch. I'm really just comparing it to PoE. But I think that I think PoE is like very new player unfriendly, and it does so in a way that I don't think that there's really there's not an improvement to the game being made because of that. I just think that it's unfriendly to new players, and that's it. And I wish that they would kind of improve that. What's in your opinion's a better game? Comparing PoE and Diablo 4, PoE has like obviously a much better end game. I think it's kind of obvious. I think Diablo 4 is a better game for casual players. Like, you know, if you don't have a lot of time to play or you're new to the genre, I think you'll probably get more out of Diablo 4 than PoE. And like, you don't have time to like look stuff up. Because I don't think you can really like of course anybody can, like you can, like, but it's just you're gonna have a really bad time doing it probably. Unless you just happen to get very lucky or you have some form of prior knowledge. I think that really if somebody goes in there and they start trying to play PoE, like as a completely new player, they're not going to have fun. Like ultimately that's just the truth, they're just not going to have fun. And like there's a lot of things that PoE does incredibly badly. Like for example, I think there are too many different defensive players in the game, and it's not intuitive as to which one is necessarily better. And like things like evasion, for example, are like also not intuitive. Like a reasonable person looking at evasion would probably not. That's kind of good. I mean, I don't know. I think that's good. Ooh, I get that. That's huge. Okay, great. You got a caught block too. Yeah, there's spell block, spell suppression, resistance. I think that's too many things to do the same. Like, I think that all of those things effectively do the same thing. Like they reduce magic damage taken, and that's not even counting like health, which of course also effectively reduces. You know, like it makes you better at surviving it. That's how it does it. Yeah, but I just don't really think that. Yeah, of course, right? I mean, it's like you eat corn the long way or the short way, you're still eating corn, you know? Too much overlap between effects. Also, like, I don't think that, like, I think that the best example that I can use of PoE having, like, new player problems is so, you know how, like, vulnerability is, like, a multiplicative scalar? Well, there's a lot of things in PoE that are multiplicative scalars, and the ones that are multiplicative scaling say it, like, it does more damage, like, oh, your ability does, you know, 30% more damage. And so, like, if you have 200%, that's 260% because it's multiplicative. But if it's additive, it says it isn't increased. So, like, in no way in the English language, as far as I know, would that be intuitive to understand the difference? That a player would not be able to intuitively understand the difference between those two things. Lots of wordplay with stats, yeah. PoE debuffs, people get immunities too. Yeah, like I'll also have like a very maybe an unpopular take for PoE players. I think that the fact that I think Corrupted Blood is stupid and it shouldn't be in the game, and it should just be replaced with Bleed. And especially Corrupted Blood, like that's applied by like Cirrus's beam and stuff like that. I think it's really dumb because. Like, what's functionally the difference between that and the bleed? There is none. So I just don't think it should be in the game. It's like it's stat bloat for no real improvement on the experience of the player, I think. There's vine types you're not immune to whenever you're immune to vines. That's cute. I just literally ate his dick. I did. Y'all see that? He's done. Damn, that's a good one. Look at that. Holy fuck. Am I still buying boots for the mage aspect? Yeah. Yes, I am. I'm gonna get it next time for sure. Oh, I guess we'll probably go do this one as well. Yeah, take care of it, boys. Let's go. Do you experience whenever he kills him? Yeah, I do. Okay, I don't have to do anything. PoE's biggest issue is the way they present the player character build as part of the game. Yeah. Like a good example is like, or at least like another way to put it is, like, I think that you should be able to respec for free with no restriction and no, like, you should just be able to respec for free, period. Like, literally no fine print, no exceptions, no anything. You should be able to respec for free whenever you're in the campaign. And before you complete Uber Lab, I think. And like whenever you complete your Uber Lab, it's like that's like whenever you finalize your character. Because I think there's a lot of people who play PoE and they get halfway through, like I think that there's like, I think there's a number of like quit moments in PoE, right? And I think that one of the biggest quit moments is probably Act 5. Is it Act 5 or Act 6? Whichever one, whenever you go back to the docks. Or not docks, not Orion docks. Whenever you go back to Lion Eye's Watch in Act 1. I think it's the redo of it. I think it's Act 6. And, shut up. Why are they doing damage to me? That's why I reset if I'm not enjoying the build. Well, it's like people don't understand like how important resistances are. And then they play and they just get demolished, right? Because they have negative resistances, and then like, you know, right after that you go and you fight Tukohama, and you know, he does a ton of fire damage, and so they just destroy you. And then like there's those two mini bosses that do a lot of fire damage too. Burning Queen or whatever the fuck her name is. So like, I think that's like a really big quit moment for PoE players, or new PoE players. And I don't think that, like, for example, the Sun and the Moon boss, I think like yes, but no. Because like, yeah, Solaris and Lunaris, like they're very hard. But also you respawn right outside their door, and you can death march them until they're dead. So like, and also after you kill them, you go straight into Blood Aqueducts, which is like the best leveling in the game, right? So I think that definitely to a lesser extent. But what I mean is like quit moments. like the reason why like the way I'm classifying quit moments are things that as soon as the player does this, the player realizes that they've made some form of decision that they can't easily reverse. So like, and then the player, like, you know, the first thing they do, right, is they realize they made a bad spec. It's like, okay, well, I made a bad spec. Well, I'm just gonna respec. And then they look, okay, well, how do I respec? And it's like, all right, well, how much are Orbs of Regret? And then they see how much they are. And it's like, oh my god, like, I can't do this. Like, I don't have the money for this. How am I gonna farm the money? My character's bricked, right? And then they think about re-leveling the character, and before you know it, they're thinking about playing another game. And that's what I think happens. Like, obviously, Grinding Gear Games has the data, but that's like, I think that's logically what happens, right? I mean, I don't think that you necessarily need a lot of data to come to that obvious conclusion. So, there we go. The 75 realized the build you're following is discontinued because they made a passive tree change to the patch. Oh yeah, I mean, obviously, like, you have problems with that, for sure. Like, where people are playing a build that's bad. But again, like, all that stuff would be kind of, you know, not as important. That's exactly what happened to me. Yeah, I think it does happen to a lot of people, and I don't think that kind of experience, like, there are negative experiences in video games that add to the narrative of the experience. And I think that, like, you can use some examples like getting cursed in Dark Souls 1, something like that, where it adds to the experience. Because it's like, you can still play, but you're a lot weaker. You can go buy a stone, but it takes a while. So it's like, it's a pain in the ass, but it's not so much of a pain in the ass that it just completely ruins the playthrough. And like, the amount of time that it would take to undo this would be longer than the amount of time that's spent in totality of the game up until that point. You see kind of what I'm saying? Standard characters get that option after game changes? Yeah, they do. It's fine, it's something you can come back to, yeah. Like, getting taken to, another example was being taken to... Don't remember the name. The place in Bloodborne that the big guys take you to, that Dark Beast Parl is at. Yarangul? Yeah. Like, being taken there is obviously a fuck up, and you're clearly underleveled for that area, and you're gonna get fucked, but you can get out of that area eventually, right? Like, you can get out of there. I think that's the difference. The bag molesters. That's one thing. That's one. Yeah, you could call them that. Boots. That sucks. It's actually a really good item. Look at that. Dark Beast Parl is annoying as fuck. Yeah, I think Dark Beast Parl sucks. I know, like, Miyazaki said that that's like one of his favorite bosses. It's like, I don't know, like, maybe the lighting is different in, like, Japanese monitors or something, or, like, TVs, because, like, I couldn't see shit in that fight. Like, you just can't see shit in the fight at all, and so that's why I don't like that. Okay. Wait, no? Oh, that's the whole quest. Oh, okay. Alright. Well, let's go do this. What about scoops? Yeah, I did. Falcon's gonna steal every bit of Diablo hype. I don't think that's gonna happen. I think that Path of Exile has always, and at least until PoE 2, will always be a game for like extremely serious players and people that want to play ARPGs a lot more. No main small. Yeah, I mean in PoE, like in my opinion, I think PoE is the best ARPG on the market. But that's also because I'm a pretty hardcore player whenever it comes to ARPGs. Okay, let's go do the other ones. And I also think that for all its problems, Diablo 4 has better visibility than PoE. But I don't think that that's actually an advantage that Diablo 4 has. I just think that's an outcome of PoE being out longer. I think that if Diablo was out for as long as PoE, it'll have the same visibility problems. They sponsor you for ExileCon stuff next week? They shouldn't. I'm gonna watch it for free. I mean, let's be honest. Looks like I can't find this next thing here. Maybe there's another one over here. Yeah. There's some corpse tendrils? Yeah, I am. I guess I didn't do one of them. Okay, let's find out where the last one is. So I did the one right there. There's not one right here. This is so janky. Oh, it's right here in front of everybody. Survive the cultist onslaught. What onslaught? Problem is PoE doesn't explain anything, casuals new players, so it's intimidating to learn. Well, it's also that the amount of complexity in PoE is extremely high. Like, it's really just that simple. Like, the game, just there's a lot of stuff in the game. And it's like there are people who they see the PoE skill tree and they see it as a challenge, and there's people that see the PoE skill tree and they see it as like, I don't want to play this game anymore. Like it's a non-starter, and I think that's fine. Like that's not And like, I don't feel like either of those people are like really wrong. Like, it's not like they're bad people or stupid or lazy because they don't want to do it. It's just that, you know, some people just don't give a fuck about that kind of stuff. They just want to play like more of an action-oriented game. Like, I know that, like, for example, for Final Fantasy 16, a lot of people criticize the game not having a lot of RPG elements. Well, I said, fuck that. Why the hell? I don't care about RPG elements. I just want to kill some stuff. Where's the boss? His name's Diabetes. Nope. Bad item. New player perspective, played PoE first time this season. After following spreadsheet, not understanding what you're doing. The whole thing made it very boring. Yeah, I think that like really like a lot of my feelings on PoE is like kind of not really shared by a lot of the player base. Like a lot of the player base kind of pretty strongly disagrees with like my outlook on the game. But that's just what I think. Okay. We need to go to the top. Let's get cult leader. I really want to get this. That's literally like a 45% base damage. It's gonna be so crazy. Disagree on your outlook on everything, but I'm still here. Yeah, I mean, I just think most players agree with you. PoE just has some hard-headed fans. Well, it makes sense, right? Like, it's again kind of like what I've said many times, where there's a lot of people that like they view like the fact that they've stuck around with a game as like this is like a badge of honor, right? And they've learned all these things about the game. So like they don't want to see somebody make the game easier because like they feel like they've earned the knowledge that's enabled them to succeed. I'm saying you are casual, but you're not. You provide the casual opinion on PoE to a non-casual player base. Yeah. I mean, I just think that, like, and this is obviously a decision that Grinding Gear Games has to make, right? It's like, do you, and I think that Chris Wilson probably won't even really make this decision, but I think they're going to compromise on a few things in PoE 2. And this is like coming as somebody like, I have no inside knowledge about PoE 2 at all. Like, they haven't told me anything. I have no idea. But I think that they will make the game easier to understand for new players. But I think that that's also just going to happen by the nature of the fact of it being like a number 2. Because a lot of things are going to get reset and changed. We don't really need boots. Let's go this way. The fact that they'll reset the game completely is a good thing. Well, I think that PoE resets the game every 3 months. Like, I don't think the game needs a reset in that way, but I think in terms of, like, bloat, like, I'm gonna give some pretty unpopular opinions, okay? So get ready for it. I think they should delete Expedition. I think they should delete Alva. I think they should... Let's see. I almost think they should delete Bestiary. I'm not fully committed to saying that, though.
Drop your weapons or drop your drawers.
Expedition's my most favorite league mechanic. Is it your most favorite? Is it your most rewarding? If you took logbooks out of Expedition, would you still play it? If you couldn't sell the logbooks? Because I think a lot of people view it as
alrighty then, on your way.
I think people like mechanics because they're rewarding, not because they're fun. In a lot of cases. Let's see, what are the other things that I would get rid of? Maybe one other one, I don't know. I wonder if I can survive this. Yeah, I can. Exploit, oh, that's a good one. Heist. I struggle to want to get rid of Heist even though I hate it, because I just feel like there's been so much design work put into it. I don't know if I would want to get rid of Heist. I love Legion. Yeah, like, so let's talk about, like, what are the best ones? Legion and Breach. Like, Blight? I don't like Blight. Delirium? Yeah. Ultimatum? Yeah, whatever happened to that? If I could trade, like... If I could trade Expedition for Ultimatum, I would be so happy. You ever fully level up and prepare your heist crew for speed? I've watched videos of people who have done it, but I've never done it myself. I think they should reduce bullet down to 4 to 5 league mechanics for PoE. Yeah. I did a grit. There we go. Anything good out of that? No. How have minions been so far? They're okay. They're great for bossing. They're good for like doing events. They make typically annoying things in the game not annoying. And they make typically fun things in the game annoying. Good way to say. Boots? Yes! I got it. Holy fuck, thank God. Yes. Fucking finally. Alright. Are these boots good? They're actually horrible. Okay, we're gonna have to make sure that we only use these boots on an ancestral. So I guess what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna re-roll my current boots. I mean, like mine now are bad, right? So doesn't even really matter. I'm gonna put this enchant on my chest, and then I'll put the boots on so I can save the re-roll later. Whenever I get a tier 4 item that's good. I think that should be everything. Okay. Let's go ahead and do that now. I can't believe it. Stick the aspect on the amulet for 3 skeletons instead of 2. I don't think it's worth it. I just don't think it's worth it. Okay. I just don't want to deal with another shitty sacred upgrade, to be honest. I don't care if I'm getting rid of a good one or not. Okay. So we're going to equip these. And then I'm going to disenchant this one. Does this have max evade? Oh, no, it doesn't. That's too bad. And extract aspect. I guess it doesn't really matter which one I'm doing. I guess I'll do this one here. Double check. Skeleton mages, yeah. And then we're going to put this on, and then we're going to have from inventory, put this on here, and then skeleton warriors and chest. Easiest game of my life. Okay. Oh, let me re-roll this pair of boots too. Cold resist. Pretty bad. I'm gonna re-roll it again since I'm gonna have these for a long time. I'm gonna do one more re-roll. It's really a bad item. I don't want to spend any more resources on it. Okay. So we've got that. Okay, where's the next one we need to go do? I guess I'll go turn this quest in. Through resistances, yeah, it sucks. It doesn't matter. Who cares? Two more mages is big enough. That's massive. Amulets from cultists. Okay, let's go do that too. Alright, let's see him. Oh my god. All them boys out there, alright, let's go. Holy shit. Let me knock this out. We got the whole squad, yeah. Even if they fix resistances, do you think it's a fun mechanic to actually need? I think it probably won't be. Like, I'm in general. Oh, this is perfect. Alright, let's test this out. Here we go. Let's see how they do. is going pretty well. Okay, good. Going very well, alright. I like this. Oh, we got an elite. Alright. Oh, this is just crazy. Oh, did somebody die? I can't win them all. Perfect. Great, I think that went really well. Fuck yeah. We're boss 12 minutes. Yeah, I'm gonna go and do one more dungeon. I'm gonna finish this. Literally impossible event on Rogue. Yeah. With this class, like, with like my build, like every event is a complete joke to the point where I actually want to do them. Because like, I don't know about you guys, but like on a Barbarian, I hated events. I never did events ever. But like now I'm more than willing to do them, and I kind of actually enjoy them because I get to show off like the cool thing that my class can do, you know? I feel like I'm like exploiting, you know? Necro was so badass with their armor sets, yeah, I agree. So it should be in Eternal 2. It'll be tough to lose the visibility after Season 1 ends. Yeah. Yeah, I'm probably going to respec kind of soon, but I just haven't really thought a lot about like how to respec or what I want to do. I'm sure I'll get some better items, man. Actually, like, really, all I need to do is just do these events, and then I'll be able to get my renown done. I finish my renown, then I'm like totally... Blood or darkness instead of bone? I haven't really decided what I'm gonna do. I actually don't mind that. I like the idea that, like, the druids are fat, the fucking necromancers look like drug addicts, the barbarians look like bodybuilders, rogues look like they're, like, dancers at a club, like strippers at a club. Like, yeah, I think that's fine. Elites. I guess we will kill this guy here. As I said, I just want to get this renown finished. I don't even really give a shit about the gear. You get the Bite Course Explosion, I'd go the Shadow route? Yeah, I think so too. Did you do new boss? Necro's doing it at level 60? Well, I mean, no doubt. I'm not surprised to hear that at all. I also need to get the attack speed one. We're going for this one right here. This is just amazing. This truly is something special. A lot. God damn, we got paid for that shit, huh? Get all that gold? Yeah, that's why these are so fun. Oh, they're all the way over there. So what's the core gameplay? A-bomb tanks, Skelly DPS, and you buff? Well, I'm supposed to do things, I just don't want to. You see that the Blood Golem thing? I feel like Blood Golem is the best for like what I'm doing at least, because like the boss damage it does with like the CDR, I just think it's so good. Because it can just kill the elites really fast. And also it's up all the time, whereas like the Bone Golem doesn't have anything like that. I haven't tried the Iron Golem though. 10% damage reduction? Oh yeah, you can do that too, I forgot. Like watch. See that? It's a huge chunk of damage. Okay, this is world boss spawn. 2 minutes. Do you just hate Bone Spear? Oh, I like Bone Spear. I think Bone Spear is awesome. I think it's amazing. Yeah, what do you mean? Do I hate Bone Spear? Absolutely not. I love Bone Spear. I just like, if I wanted to play Bone Spear, I would be playing an archer. Like, Bone Spear is an archer build. I want to play a Necromancer where, like, my minions do everything. And I told people, like, if I can't do that, I'm done. I quit the game. That's it. It's just that simple. Yeah, I might get this. Like, dude, this is gonna be like, this is literally 45% damage. Like, this minion board is fucking disgusting. And then as soon as I get that, I get skeleton warrior damage too. I just need more dexterity. Which is like, I'll just get that passively. Another minion damage right there, I'm gonna get that. I mean, I'm just gonna be like completely popping off. Which one is this? Ashava? Oh no, it doesn't say. Wandering Death, okay. Necro Paragon board is legit good. There's only one Paragon board that's like super good. The other ones are like okay. This is taking a while, huh? How'd I get hit by that? What a bunch of bullshit. Alright. Let's get back to working on these. I guess we have to go do this. Yep, let's start working on that. When did you get a unique helm? Yesterday. Oh, you know what? I bet that is, that's what killed Lilith, right? That was like that one build that like one-shot Lilith was probably this legendary. still have the capstone on my way to 58 Necro. Autocasting Corpse Tendrils makes it a little cakewalk. I tried it at like 52 and it was hard. So like I'm gonna wait until I'm either 60 or I finish my Renown, whichever one comes first. And then I will do the capstone. I think I'm gonna hit that today though. I want to get all that stuff done and then we're gonna watch some videos. And then like tomorrow I'm just gonna grind the tier 4. Unique gloves, get exploding skellies whenever corpse explosion goes off. No, I need to get that. You need the minion ring too? Yeah. What's your quit point for this season, Uber Lilith? I don't know. I think I'm just gonna play until I don't feel like playing anymore, really. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't really have like a big plan. I'm just playing the game, really. Yeah, like look at this damage. Dude, the minions are so good. They're actually fucking insane. Is there a way though to make my skeletons be able to do They can't do shadow damage, can they? The mages can? Yeah, I was just looking at the Reapers could. I know the mages can. You need Reap, Blight, or Sever to cast shadow damage? Yeah, people said I should use Blight. It's really hard to want to do that whenever Bone Spear is just like... It's just really good. Like... That's all there is to it, it's just really, really good. Sever is better, it synergizes with minion build. Sever is? Do you need a scythe to use Sever? Wait, what? Oh, fuck. Thing is, Bone Spear is great for your damage output, but Blight synergizes really well with your minions for their output. Yeah. I know eventually I'm going to be getting rid of Bone Spear. I don't want to. Like, I should respec a number of these things. Movement speed first, yeah. Is there a lead? Is Karthus a real word? Karthus is a location? Okay. There's Karthus is in Dark Souls 3 too. That's why I was curious. Oh, by the way, I talked to the guys that do the Arc Thrones mod, and I'm gonna have an interview with them on stream really soon. Probably like this week coming up. Yeah, this guy's got a lot of fucking health. Oh, my minions are okay. Does this not feel slow compared to PoE? That's why I don't play it. I mean, this is like, what, this is day 3, right? Yeah, I think PoE is faster by day 3 than this is. I think that PoE is too fast, though. Like, there's too many things that happen in the game all at the same time. Just, like, action is just too fast in the game in general. I think I need to go this way, right? Yeah, okay, I do. It's a boss. It's obviously a boss. Let's go. This better be a real boss, too. Nice. I beat him. I killed him. He's dead. We did it, boys. We did it. Winners win. Okay, let's do these 3. Necro's Mega Fung this season? Yeah, we'll see what happens. Not sure how it's gonna be. I'm kind of waiting to get to World Tier 4, right? Because, like, I think so far, like, what do I think so far? I've been having fun. Why did I say I engaged an elite? Oh. 600 more, boys. We just gotta get 600 more renown. Until we, and after that, then finally we'll be able to play the game. I'm so excited. It's just tiresome. Ever wonder where's the wonder and enjoyment you had the first time? I was wondering that the first time. Yeah, funny you should ask. Yeah, man, there's relief. I remember whenever I finished it, I was like, thank God it's over. Oh, alright, there we go. They skipped the campaign, yeah. I wish they made you could like have a choice, like you could either skip the campaign or you could skip renown. Because I would love to do the campaign again. I think the campaign was good content. Like, what's the logic behind like, you can skip the good content, but you can't skip the boring content? I don't know what they were thinking. And I'm not saying like having to do it is like the greatest stuff ever, right? It still kind of sucks, but it's like, god damn, it's better than what we have. I would rather do campaign than renown. I wish they had a thing where it was like, if you complete the campaign again, you don't have to do renown. It just like cancels it out. Because I could do it while I was leveling. It would be so much more fun. Unfortunately, I'm not going to get any good levels for a while, or meaningful levels. They're not all dead? Oh. Yeah, the skip campaign is insane. That's the best part of the game. Instead we have to do renown. Yeah, it's like you think about that. Like, what's the thinking there? I don't. Well, actually, I do know what the thinking is. There wasn't any. Yeah, guys, there wasn't no. They didn't think about it. It's just that, you know, everybody just kind of like. I wish more people had said this. Like, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm actually so disappointed that like we don't just get to do the campaign again. But we have to do this like garbage grind. Maybe we should just play BBO. Play Black Desert Online. Oh yeah, that'll then we won't have to grind at all. True. Yeah, that'll solve the problem. So apparently there's an ancient item, or artifact item, excuse me, whatever the fuck they are. Relic, I don't even know, but there's an item that makes it to where your corpse explosion spawns something that's like a it spawns like little skeletons instead of actual like the corpse explosion. And I'd actually like to get that. That'd be really good. Howl from the... Is it good? Like, is it a good item? It's this. Yeah, I feel like that's very good. Okay, now we have to do another one. How many of these? Okay, I have one more stronghold to do, so I really only have 500 more. Make Diablo 4 so you min-max gear. You start the game, you can farm dungeons 24/7. Well, I just would rather do the campaign, like, cause like, and I'll talk. It's like PoE, right? It's like, how many of you guys in PoE benchmark your build by how fast you kill certain bosses? Like, is my build big dick enough to kill the Vol Oversoul before it does the slam? Is my build big dick enough to kill Kitava before it casts anything in Act 5? Can I how fast can I kill the heart on Kitava? Like, can I kill the Dominus abs without having to kite them? I feel like I do this like many different places, right? I'm trying to think other ones that I have. I think those are some of the main ones. It's a fun challenge, yeah. It's like, how fast could you kill Lilith, you know, or something like that. Labyrinth is a benchmark? Yeah, like, how fast can I kill a Zaro? Can I instantly phase change Innocence? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, before he can even cast anything. Or it's like, if you're Righteous Fire, can you tank the fire beam from him or something like that? Like, I don't know. Like, the more I think about it, I do that a lot, actually. That's how early and how low level you can do lab is benchmark. I never tried to do lab at low level. Like, I just wait until I'm at a high enough level. And also, like, I feel like at this point, I mean, like, mistakes can happen, but I feel pretty confident that I'm probably not going to die against a Zaro, right? Unless I just fuck up, you know? Like, I know every ability he does, I know everything that can happen. There's, like, no way I'm gonna die. Unless I do, which is different. Not a good one. Plan to do shadow damage. You pick Shadow Blight? No, I haven't. I just have attack speed. I probably should try Shadow Blight and just see what happens. But I also have like skeleton mages, like a Frost skeleton mage, like a legendary to make them mages. So because of that, like, I just haven't used it. I wish we could ask questions like that in the Diablo Q&A. Like, you know what question I would ask? Do you feel like having to farm renown in Season 1 was an improvement on gameplay for people that were, you know, was an improvement to the game in the eyes of people who played on the Eternal Realms? You know, do you feel like this made the game, did this make the game better? Do you guys think it made the game better or not? No loot. I have to do one more in here. Hope you guys have fun. How many people working on Diablo redid all their renown? Yeah, that'd be a good question. Yeah. How many people on the Diablo team have completed their renown in Season 1? Yeah, let's look at Rod and Joe's account. Let's do a little inspection here. Because remember, like, I think that was the turning point for New World, where, like, remember after the developers did like that, there's like a really high level zone, the highest level zone in the game is called Mirkgard, and it's like it had these mobs in the zone that were just like complete bullshit mobs, and it was like, it's like, imagine like a level 60 zone and there's just like randomly level 100 mobs there, and they just like kill everything in one hit. And people said that they're like, they want to see the developers actually do this zone, and so they did, and like obviously like it was a disaster. And after that, I feel like things kind of got better. I do. I feel like after that things got a lot better. Because they actually played the game, and, you know, they got a chance to experience it. See what it's really like. What, do they just drop these now? Not any loot? Let's see the WoW team clearing up the graves. Well, I think that they probably could do that. Like, the people that make... The problem isn't that the WoW developers are... It's not that they're bad at the game. It's that they don't understand, like... Like, a lot of the WoW developers are people that were, like, professional players, or, you know, like Ian, for example, right? So, like, I don't doubt their ability. I just... I doubt their ability to acknowledge that there are other people who don't have that ability. That's a pretty nice upgrade, 14%. I don't think I'm going to use it, but it's nice to have. We start blaming execs instead of devs. Yes and no. I think that it's like the 5-second... Okay, so let's look at it in the most cynical way. That the only reason the 5-second teleport for dungeons, let's think about it, let's assume that it's only there to boost participation time. That's literally it. And there's no other reason, and the developers just have to boost this metric, and they just need to do it, right? Couldn't they have done that in a better way? The fuck? You see, like, more mobs? Yeah, add in more mobs. Add in, like, what if they added in, like, a Horadric cube that was like a Rubik's Cube that you had to click all of the little things in at the end of Nightmare Dungeons or some dungeons, and if you complete one of the cubes, you get an extra item. Because that would make you stay in the dungeon more. Like, there's like 50 things I could think of, like different things that you could do that would make people want to stay in the dungeon longer. Sounds awful? Well, then you wouldn't have to do it, right? And this is just like something I literally thought up off the top of my head. So like, if it's a stupid idea, you don't like the idea? Okay. Like, but don't you think like all of these guys like together could come up with something better than, you know, like what some random streamer thought of in like 5 minutes? You know, I mean like, what the fuck? That suggested to have more leeway with making teleport animations, but like the thing is, if they had just gone and been like, guys, listen, you like this game? We do too. We want to keep making this game for a long time, and in order to do that, we need money. All right? And how are we going to get that money? Well, let's talk about teleport cosmetics. Okay? Let's talk about that. And they just said that, I would be like, if they, I really mean this, if they said that the only reason that they increased it is to make teleport cosmetics more important, I would be like, okay. Alright. You know, like, I wouldn't really complain, like, I would be like, ah, fucking Blizzard, you know, it's, what do you expect, right? But I don't know, like, yeah, just, yeah, I think people don't like getting goofed. People don't like getting goofed around. Ooh. Watch my experience bar. It's not moving. You're right. I thought it was gonna move faster than this. Okay, here we go. I did it. Quarter of a bar? Yeah, I thought it was gonna be more. I thought it was gonna be a lot more. Let's see. Those are my favorite events. People don't understand why problems use it in the first place. Every single game that comes out these days, companies create problems and to be able to fix them later. I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying, like, in general, I would respect if they just were out with it and they just explained, they're like, this is why we're doing it. Rather, even if it's for a stupid reason. Like, I think people would prefer that than just, like, bullshit answers. We got an elite. Nice, we got a legendary? It's huge. legendaries. That's it? What the fuck? All the adventurers died? Survival of the fittest, that's just the way it goes. I could try and see how this armor goes. It's huge. I wonder if it's still good. I'm gonna put it on, just see what happens. Yeah, let's just see what happens. It doesn't matter. Getting the barrier would be nice, but it's not that important, I don't think. Is this build on max roll? No, it is not. This is my own build that I have invented. Diablo 4 has so many problems that were already fixed in Diablo 3, yet people decide to have the exact same problems again. Doesn't that seem fishy? Well, it's because the players put up with it. That's what it is. People put up with this shit. And it's just like everybody can be like, oh, I can't believe they did that. Oh, I can't. Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck? Why'd they do that? Like, but they just keep playing the game. I mean, this is garbage. Who the fuck wants that? Oh, I bet that'd be really good. Then I could use Sever and it gives Blight as well. Oh, well that would be perfect. It's good, 3 seconds CD. Yeah, but Blight lasts for a while. That's crazy good. I should probably use this. See if we get something good out of the box. Alright, let's go ahead and do... We'll go do this stronghold. I'll show what's up. Well, I was gonna come play their shitty gacha game. Well, people want me to play a lot of different games. I mean, I can't play every game people want. I just play the game I want, and that's it. So I got renowned for this. I feel like, yeah, I can finish this shit today. Renown's so much fun. Yeah. Enjoy it a lot more whenever you enjoy what you're playing. I mean, I think that I always try to do what I want to do, you know? I think it's a mistake to ever do anything different than that, honestly. Get him. Done. Start in the middle for this event? Is that true? I never heard of that. Yeah? Okay. It's just remove Renown from seasons completely. I agree. I think Renown sucks. And as I said, if I have to do it again, I'm probably just not gonna play the next season. What does this guy want? He goes, okay. How long is he gonna talk? Okay, let's see how many of these other ones I have to do. I think I've done, even in dry steps, so I've already done all 3 of these. I have a lot of dungeons I need to do in dry steps. And I guess I have to go this way. Go get him. Oh fuck, I gotta click something again? What about B100 full gear at the start of the season? I think that's a bit much. I just don't want to have to do Renown. I think it sucks. Like again, like can we at least compromise, like Blizzard, if we could just compromise and just do the campaign instead of Renown, I would be happy. Why can't we just do that? Like, I'd be happy to. No? You guys say no? You like doing Renown more than the campaign? I don't. Yeah, what do you mean? No way. I gotta get the thing from him. One more. Renown is much faster in my opinion. You think Renown is faster? I don't think so. I think Renown is way slower, like... I don't even think it's close. You did it twice, you must like it. Oh, true. Okay. Two legendaries. Great, we got that done. I guess we'll do this at the same time. And we'll do this too. I think Renown is bad for you because Necro's slow. Yeah, I don't know. Necro's first 100? Yeah, it was. The Necromancer used Bone Spear, right? I think they did. Was he in a group though? Yeah, but he was in a group with another Necro, I'm pretty sure. It was like 2 Necromancers and something else. I wish that the Priest Blessing made the minions move faster. I think it's cool when like in PoE there's a thing called offering the flesh offering or something, and it makes them move faster. I just think it's cool. Cause like they do stuff quicker and it just looks cool. Skellies on crack, yeah. Well, the real crackhead NPCs in PoE are the fucking golems, because you can like buff them so much. Like carrying golems, holy shit. Flesh for survival, spirit for speed. Really? I thought you used bone offering for survival. Flesh offering for damage, and I don't know anybody use spirit offering. Do the capstone? Okay, let me finish my renown in this area, then we'll do the capstone, okay? Too easy to get into? No. Absolutely not. It's probably, I would say right now, it's like from what I've seen, and like I only played Tarkov like a very small amount, but I think it's as hard to get into as Tarkov. Maybe Tarkov is even easier. I think a good way to say like how complicated PoE is, if you ask most PoE streamers, do you know a lot about the game, they'll tell you no. So if you played this game like 10,000 hours, like you probably know everything about it. No. No, I don't really know anything actually, yeah. No idea. A lot of PoE is convoluted and not complex. Well, either way, it's hard to understand. I was gonna get into him more. I feel like WoW is pretty hard to learn. Like retail WoW. I think retail WoW, like, the reason why it might be harder to get into is because you have to rely on other people. Like, I don't understand why we still have things like key depletion in Mythic Plus. Like, why is that even a thing? It just don't make no sense. I'm really feeling like I deserve a good item soon. Give me the loot. No loop. Yeah, too bad is right. How much more complex can you see PoE getting? Because right now you have a lot more 6-link items, one button build gone. You're always going to have one button build. Every game has one button build. Every game has a couple, but that's all Diablo 4 is. I actually think like Diablo, you usually press more buttons than PoE. Like in PoE, you usually start a map, and you have all your auras on, and you have like a single target spell, maybe a debuff, like a trap, and then like your main spell. You definitely press more in PoE. Bro, you still press your flasks? You still doing that? Bro, this guy still presses his flask. What are you doing? Embarrassing, man. Alright, what we get? Garbage.
Keep
Garbage.
your distance.
Garbage. Garbage. You ever play with the Mage Board? No, I never have.
I knew you didn't have money the moment I laid eyes.
I love side quests. You skip campaign? Yeah. Oh, GG. You guys turn the F off on? Yeah. What age did midlife crisis start? I feel like video gamers, their first midlife crisis is whenever their favorite game growing up doesn't hit the same as it used to. You guys ever had that happen?
Those damn things are selling like hotcakes.
Ultima Online. For me, the funny thing, kids, like the games I grew up playing, like Smash and like Halo 2, everybody still loves those games. Those are my main two games. Did I get it? Oh, yeah. Nice. Oh, did I vendor this one? Oh, no, I didn't. That's a sacred. Oh, yeah, that's good. Okay. What would WoW Midlife Crisis be? WoW Midlife Crisis. For me? Let me think. My WoW Midlife Crisis. Probably Tuma Sargeras. Yeah, Tuma Sargeras. Flowers? What the fuck I want to do that for? Is that it? Withered Daffodil, just what I wanted. Where is it, woman? Oh, it's right here. No, there it is. Okay, let's go to one. Who do you use in Smash? I'm playing Marth. I just play Roy. Until, I watched like a YouTube video in like 2006 or 7. And like somebody was playing Marth. And I was like, this guy's better than Roy. And then I just never played Roy again. Well, I feel like beef jerky is like, it is the greatest snack of all time. What the fuck? Repeat the Wayfinder stuff yet? 3 weeks till release? No. There's no way. They were 3 weeks release of the beta. Cross the broken bridge. Okay, did I do it yet? I don't know. Alright, let's get it. Early access? Okay, yeah, I'll play. You ever tried Vietnamese beef jerky? No, never. I'm just gonna pop this so I can take that hit and not have to move. This shit's easy. Oh my god, they're not attacking the right one. They're so dumb. Do you ever come close to dying in this game? Yeah, sometimes whenever you instantly die. And, usually you die whenever you disconnect. That's what I would say. Disconnecting. Okay, where's this? Oh, I got another one? Fuck. Oh, I guess I didn't put the last one in. Should have done that. Okay, I'm here. There's 0 people died in this game due to skill. It's an easy game. What was the Blizzard drama of the day today? Blizzard drama of the day. Yeah, has anything stupid happened today? Stash tab tweet? Yeah, it was like last night. Why didn't said stash memory? Stash about memory and not sucking? Yeah. Okay. We'll just do that. Shut up and give me the fucking experience. We done yet? Nope. Battle Pass currency not even being enough for the cheapest stuff. I I don't really feel like it's that big of a deal. I mean, look, I just don't give a fuck about cosmetic shit like this. Like, I'm gonna be real, like, I just do not. It says I gotta protect this girl, but I've been protecting her and ain't nothing happened. Is this shit broken? Fuck this, I'm not gonna do it. Oh, it's all the way over there. That's cute. Yeah, I should have known that. It's fine, guys, I got it. She was miserable. No, I'm actually pretty good. To be honest with you. I'm not that stressed out or upset at all. I'm just pretty much playing. Yeah, like I'm not really upset at all. Like, yeah, obviously, like, stuff is stupid, but I don't know how. I guess we have to kill, what do we have to do? Like, kill our mom or something? What the fuck, let's go do this, I guess. I feel like Yonika's a good name for that quest because that's sort of boring. Alright, let's go. You'll say you stand in the middle, it's gonna be fine. Alright, let's go. Excellent. All right. Let's go do this. And all 3 rings, yeah. No, it makes it way easier. Shut up. Yeah, as soon as I finish this, we're gonna do the capstone. Enter Morgan's Fallen. Oh fuck, hopefully I don't have to actually do this dungeon again. Ooh, we have an event. I'll tide in 2 minutes. Bro, I need to just the last thing I need to worry about right now is a fucking Helltide. I need to get my renown done. That's the real content in the game. Okay. It's not Nightmare Dungeons, it's renown. That's the real shit. Okay. Got him. And we got a legendary. What do we get? Barrier damage. I don't think I'm gonna use that. Find the Crusader's armor. Oh. Do it. How long would it take to do all the side quests in the game? I don't know. Maybe I should just try to do. I feel like I kind of like how far away am I? I'll check after this to see how close I am, because I might just want to try to do the capstone again and just say fuck it. See what happens. I feel like I have to. Now it should be tied to other things besides like monster kills or nightmare dungeon clears. Yeah. I mean, it should basically just like renown should just be anything except for what it is. It's like that's it's the worst thing you could possibly do. Is the pet build dog shit? I don't think it scales like as high at the end. It's just how it is. I just feel stupid for getting sacred items whenever I know there's a tier that's higher than that. I just want to start getting those items instead. Oh, it's a big boy. Feels stupid for uniques knowing there's a higher tier higher. Yeah, because you get a unique and it's like not the good tier, so it's bad. True. I'm probably gonna get rid of this at some point. Like this one's like it's okay, but like it's just not like it really is not super great. Am I done now? Thank fucking God. Okay. I guess I'll just finish this real quick. This shit makes me so mad you don't get experience for this. Y'all know that? This actually doesn't count for like experience. It's not dumb. Jesus, bro, like all my guys are dying. Yes, it does. No, it doesn't. They fixed it? Oh, they changed it? You mean like they recently changed it? Like they changed it? Oh, I'm wrong, man. I'm stupid and wrong. Thank God. Awesome. Even before season 1. Yeah, I wasn't really paying attention to the bar because I remember it didn't work for a while. This pack of elites over here. Not waste my time going all that way. All right, here we go. I got deleted. Yeeted and deleted. You get experience for mobs, you get burst experience after the mission is over now though? That's the fix? Oh. Okay. So how close am I? I'm pretty close. I mean, I think yeah, I'll try to actually finish this and then we'll do the capstone. We'll just try to speedrun these side quests because they're faster than the dungeons for renown. I've prevent people from leaving the room and resetting the dungeon, doing it again. Where the hell is it? Like, I'm not trying to actually like do this, so just tell me where to go. I hate having to look for shit. There we go, thank God. Okay. Slay the wildlife. Okay, get them. Kill them. Exciting. What games are you looking forward to most this year? What? Oh. What games are you looking forward to most? I feel like a lot of them have come out. Yeah, Liza P. I think that game's gonna be fun. I'm trying to think like what else besides that. Oh yeah, that's right. I remember this bullshit. PoE 2, yeah, I don't know if it's gonna come out today though. You've seen the gameplay of Lords of the Fallen, looks incredible. Yeah, I mean again, true, but I mean, Throne of Liberty gameplay looked really good too. So we're gonna wait and see how the game is whenever people are able to actually play it and not see, you know, 6-second clips of gameplay. I mean, obviously showing gameplay is like way better than not showing gameplay, but it doesn't just like completely put my mind at ease with that kind of stuff. my pets in Diablo 4 not to loot for me? That's a good question. I guess we'll go do this. Okay, let's see here. Damage reduction. I don't think I need that. Let's go to the next one. I love this class. As I said, my goal in a video game is to not have to play it. Like, whenever I stream a video game, I want to make the game look like as much of a pathetic, like, broken, dysfunctional piece of garbage as possible. Like, it's supposed to look like trash, basically. That's the goal. Okay, let's go get these guys done. Why? I find it to be like, so I feel like it's like being able to completely master the game to the point to where you completely understand everything about it and you're like good at it. I think it's like an element of like being good at the game. It's like it's an organizational challenge. Asserting your dominance over the game, yeah. Where it's like, you know, games that have like autoplay and stuff like that. Slay cultists near the snake god. Oh, there's no way I can do that as a minion character. Has anything interesting happened today at all? X videos, yeah. Apparently a lot of other people made that joke too. I didn't know that. I woke up. I mean, it's kind of an easy joke to be fair, but I woke up at like 7 p.m. Oh, is it? Okay. Where's the evidence of these dudes? Oh, there they are. You want to watch Oppenheimer? Maybe. I haven't really watched a lot of movies recently, honestly. Like, I'm trying to think of the last movie that I watched. It's probably been a while. Barbie is really good. I hear like people are just like super opinionated about that movie. Like people either think it's amazing or they say there's like political agenda in it and stuff. Like I don't know. I kind of wonder like it's woke. I mean, I don't know. So fuck, I go with the doctor. Fuck. You were so sensitive, I saw it, it was pretty funny. Yeah. Most chat full of gamers think a movie made by a woman is woke. I don't think it's because it's a girl. Like I don't think that's really the reason. Nice. Oh, I got 59. All right. Willpower or intelligence? I think I need more willpower. Oh, there's a lot I gotta do over there. Holy shit. Like everything's woke is actually more annoying than actual woke. Yeah, I think so too. Messages men are either worthless or patriarchal piece of shit. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'd have to see for myself. I think people usually just like, they say it in a way that like, I don't know. I'd have to just watch it and see. Because I just don't really trust people that say a lot of that stuff. I just usually assume they're upset that it's not pushing their agenda, or you know, they look at everything through that lens. So it's like, of course they think that. I think that's the case with a lot of people, is like all they do is they spend all day on like on websites and, you know, trying to like hyper fixate on like different things that like movies do to try to like figure out, oh, is this like actually, you know, some sort of like woke thing or not? Isn't it just Reddit? I think there's a lot of people online that do that. So, oh, come on. Jesus, how many quests do I have to do here? Capstone when? After I finish this area. I guess I have to go over and kill these things. They did the same thing with Sounds of Freedom. Yeah, apparently, like, that's a... Sounds of Freedom is a, QAnon movie. It's awesome. Yeah. So yeah, I watched like an interview with, and it's like, that's kind of like what happens, right? Is like people just like, they draw battle lines over these like random social, like these like random media things. And like, so now like everybody either has to like or dislike something. Like I watched an interview from like Sean Hannity interviewing the guy that did the movie, the actor. And he's like talking about like how often he watches Passion of the Christ, because apparently that guy was in Passion of the Christ too. And it was just like, it's just a lot.
They went to Ezra.
Is it done? Okay, it is. Okay, so where are the corpses? Oh, here's one. There's one. Jim Caviezel was only good in Person of Interest. Yeah, that's the guy. I didn't recognize his name. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I thought he was fine in the Passion of the Christ. Remember watching that? It's like, man, they really beat the fuck out of Jesus, right? It's like, damn. Like, I don't know. Like, yeah, it didn't seem like it was that big of a deal, you know? Yeah, they fucking did. Bro, that dude got fucked up. They absolutely nailed it in that movie. Yeah, they sure did. Oh, here's one. Okay.